I'm going to order this hearing or roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, July 22nd. The time is 9:20 in the morning. I apologize to folks that we're starting late. The subject of this hearing or roundtable is reopening District of Columbia Public Schools and District of Columbia Public Charter Schools for school year 2021-2022. This hearing is the latest in a series of hearings that the Committee of the Whole has had on the issue of reopening of our schools and strategies for dealing with learning loss. Are both closely related. The purpose of today's roundtable is to hear from District of Columbia Public Schools, that's DCPS, and the District of Columbia Public Charter School Board on their proposed plans for returning to in-person instruction for the forthcoming school year. Given that the district has announced that it will return fully to in-person learning at the beginning of the school year, unless a student has a medical exemption, which I'm told will be in rare circumstances, it is imperative to ensure that both sectors, that is DCPS and the charters, are prepared and ready on the first day of school. Moreover, because so many families, particularly those east of the Anacostia River, have expressed doubt or fear about returning in person, the committee seeks to hear as well from parents and educators as to issues affecting whether families will in fact return at the beginning of the school year. I will turn in a moment to colleagues, and there are several. We will be having all the public witnesses, there are 20, testifying. We'll invite them all in as a group, and then we will have the government witnesses at the end. The government witnesses include the Chancellor of DCPS, Louis Ferapy, who asked to testify with a couple of principals, school principals, and then Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board. And I guess she will be with a couple of CEOs from charter schools. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, August 5th, 2021. We are getting close to the start of the new school year, even though it feels like we barely have just finished the last school year. And so this hearing is intended to be timely to probe readiness for our schools. With that, let me turn to colleagues. I believe the first to arrive was Councilmember Louis George. If you have an opening statement. Councilmember Louis George, are you here? Then why don't I turn to Councilmember Henderson, whom I can see, if you have an opening statement.
I do, Mr. Chairman, but I'm pretty sure that Councilmember Che was here before I was.
Well, she's waving somebody off.
No, it's fine. Just go.
Okay.
I always appreciate it when people correct me on the order of things.
I'm just trying to be honest about the situation. She arrived before I did.
I didn't see her earlier. My apologies to Councilmember Che. But why don't you proceed anyway, Councilmember Henderson?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone, and good morning to all of our public witnesses who are forthcoming to testify. I appreciate you all being here for this hearing this morning. I believe this is a very important conversation that we continue to have around reopening in the fall. Over the past year, we have had numerous hearings where we've heard the concerns of parents as schools beginning to reopen. And frankly, even as late as last night, I had some families who were stopping me at the Nats game, still expressing deep skepticism and concern, although all of our officials continue to say we are coming back to school in person for 5 days a week instruction. There are a lot of families who frankly don't believe that that is going to happen, but also are not confident in what the protocols are should something go awry or at their child's individual school this year. So I look forward to learning a little bit more about the community conversations that are happening, how our LEAs can vastly improve their communication with families over these next few weeks, so that folks have confidence in terms of their return. But also, I'd like to learn a little bit more about what the protocols will be for families that choose to remain virtual and have a doctor's note, et cetera, but to make sure that they have access to a robust virtual program. I appreciate the committee's attention to this matter, to ensuring that we are providing a just and equitable recovery for our students, teachers, and families here in the district. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everybody. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to learn because as Councilmember Henderson pointed out, and I think all of the council members have experienced this, parents have been asking us questions about how it's all going to work. There's some skepticism, there's some anxiety, there's just some uncertainty about how this will all be handled. And we know that our students are facing learning loss. We know that there may be mental health issues, social and mental health issues. So we need to know as we go forward with the plan to have full in-person learning, exactly what the protocols will be. We need to know, first of all, about what the learning loss is, what the efforts will be to bring students back to where they should be, especially when there were gaps, already significant gaps, among our students across the district. So we need to know what has been done and what will be done when students come back to school. And then once they're in school, we need to know how things will work. I did have occasion to speak to the chancellor in the context of another matter, but raise some questions about, well, what happens if a child seems to be experiencing COVID symptoms? Will there be quarantine? Will there be separation of students? I assume all the students will be wearing masks. There's a heightened concern now, of course, with the variant running wild every place. So we need to know what level of staffing there is. Is there enough staffing to handle things? Will students be separated? How much? Will they be moving to their different classes? How will the cohorts stay together? Will they stay together or will there be movement? And so I need to know, because parents ask me, and I'll be pleased to hear from our witnesses, and I thank them in advance for telling us what they're experiencing and what they're thinking about, and what level of certainty and information they need to be comfortable about school beginning very shortly. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the series of hearings that you've held and for this one as well. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Louis George, are you here?
Hey, good morning, Chairman. I'm here.
If you have a statement.
Yeah, I will keep my statement short here. Really, as we enter into the new school year, there's still a number of outstanding questions that we are receiving from parents, educators, community members alike. And those are really around the guidelines that are going to be in place going into the school year, given Delta variants and other fears. I think what most parents are saying to us is, Councilmember, can you make sure all staff is vaccinated? Can you make sure there's protocols, at least as we start this school year, to have masks on for students, and then make sure schools are providing those masks? We're also hearing from families that they need help getting the other immunizations, not just the COVID vaccine for students, but also getting other immunizations, because many doctors' offices were closed during the pandemic. There is there's a backlog of I guess getting appointments. And so there's been a number of clinics, and a number of clinics I imagine throughout the summer, we're going to have to do many more clinics because of the backlog that so many, children and family doctors are having. I think we have to step up and make sure those non-COVID immunizations are happening and that they are available to parents. And so I think, the question is whether, where we are with the non-COVID immunizations and if that's going to be a barrier for returning to in-person learning as well. So I look forward to sort of hearing the answers to those questions that we've been getting posed from parents and educators and learning about how we're going to start our school year strong. So thank you so much, Chairman, and look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. So let me invite the witnesses in. As I said, I'm going to invite all 20 as a group. Diana Forrester, who's the president of the Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO. Jacqueline Polk Lyons, who's the president of the Washington Teachers Union. Laura Fuchs, who is a teacher in the DCPS system. Regina Bell, who is general vice president of the Washington Teachers Union. Andrew Schick, who is a teacher in DCPS. Maura Dundon, who is just listed as a public witness. Fraser O'Leary, who is the elected representative from Ward 4 to the State Board of Education. Erica Blackburn, who is a teacher in DCPS. Katie Norton, who is a teacher in DCPS. Alice McNeil. Evan Yates, who is a commissioner with ANC 4B01. Marquita Bryant. Danielle Robinette, who is an attorney at the Children's Law Center. Carrie Savage, who is Director of Policy for Parents Amplifying Voice in Education, otherwise known as PAVE. Maria Socorro Meso, or Mako. Patricia Stamper. Carlene Reed, who is the Ward 8 elected representative, or the elected representative from Ward 8 to the State Board of Education. Shannon Hodge, who is the executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Riley Danilko, who is with DC Action. And Myrtle Washington, who is with Washington Substitute Teachers United. So I didn't pay attention whether everybody was appearing. I'm going to start with Ms. Forrester from the Labor Council. Ordinarily for a hearing, we do 3 minutes. I think I'll do 4 since we only have 20 witnesses. And so why don't you begin?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm going to actually try to keep it brief and overall, because I know that some of our affiliates are going to be testifying directly to some of the concerns. I'm Deanna Forster, president of the Metro Washington Labor Council. I'm also a proud graduate of DC Public Schools and a parent of a current student, last one out the door. And this morning I'm testifying in support of our affiliate unions that represent workers in the school system. So that would be the Council of School Officers, Local 4, ASME District Council 20, 1199 SEIU, SEIU 32BJ, the Teamsters 639, DCNA, and the Washington Teachers Union. Our affiliate unions proudly represent teachers and nurses and bus drivers, safety school officers, counselors, principals, custodians, and a support staff within the school system. Though each represent a particular workforce, we all share the priority of keeping our children safe and healthy and actively learning throughout the pandemic. And we also look forward to a safe return to in-person learning. I do want to take this moment to publicly thank Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Furby and Council Member Alyssa Silverman and fellow council members that heard concerns that we expressed in the fall of this year. We had a number of affiliates that felt like we were getting inconsistent information from DC Public Schools. And we wrote a letter to the council and to the mayor and to the chancellor. And as a result of that, the mayor set up an in-person meeting with all of the union leaders and representation from DC Public Schools. After that meeting, we made sure that we had bi-weekly meetings with the leadership of Chancellor Furby and his office. I think Sharon Hines, I might be messing up her name, I truly apologize, for facilitating those bi-weekly meetings. we had tough conversations within that time, and we agreed that each union had their own particular collective bargaining issues, but we wanted to have a partnership where we can bring together things that were common across all unions. Within that space, we were able to work through some of the reopening challenges around health and safety, to discuss things around impact still being implemented during COVID. And I will say, you know, the partnership hasn't been perfect, but I definitely think it's been a step in the right direction. I appreciate, one, the chancellor making sure that he participated and was there at every meeting. That was a huge concern for union leaders. The only meeting that he did miss was the graduation of the schools, and we definitely appreciate that. I think some of our union leaders missed that too as well. But we also realize that as we're reopening the schools, we want the partnership to continue and to strengthen the partnership. So we look forward to that. So not often do I get a chance to come before you all and thank the mayor and the chancellor and all of you all for the work that you all did to make that partnership happen. So I just want to start out by saying that. The other part is we want to continue the partnership, and we want to make sure that as DCPS continues to reopen, that what I've heard overwhelmingly, and I will say, I know this has been a busy week for all of us. I've tried to reach out to all of our union leaders to make sure that I was clear what the collective concerns were, not the individual bargaining unit concerns. And collectively, what I've heard is that we want to make sure with the reopening that we're following CDC guidelines. And we're also taking into consideration reasonable returning to work accommodations. With that being said, I also want to, I will be listening into the hearing to see if there's anything that I need to follow up with any other unions regarding questions that may come up, and provide answers. The other thing, I do want to take this opportunity on behalf of our union leaders to support Robert White's amendment to the BZA on the impact transparency. So that being said, I think I did it pretty quickly, and I've got 17 seconds left. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Forrester. And actually, we're 17 seconds over, but that's fine. We don't have a copy of your statement. Would you provide that, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Jacqueline Polk-Lyons.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jacqueline Polk-Lyons, president of the Washington Teachers Union. Everyone is anxious for schools to reopen this fall. After more than a year of being away from our school buildings because of the public health pandemic, it is imperative that our students and teachers get back to school. Our schools must fully reopen. But my worst fear is that we fail to protect our youth and our community from the still deadly coronavirus, especially with the surge of the Delta variant and the emerging Epsilon variant of the disease in our communities. We must ensure protections are in place to prevent students from being exposed and potentially carrying the disease back to their families. And we must also prevent disruptions to learning, including when a student is exposed to the virus and will be required to quarantine at home. This is hard on everyone, the student, their families, and teachers, and it creates tremendous disruptions to learning and student mental health. The last thing that educators want to see is a student sent home, or for a classroom or our schools to close again. Today, I sit here before you. I do not believe that we have done enough to protect our students from the coronavirus. We can do more to help prevent exposure in our schools. We'd like to work together with DCPS as we did in order to bring students and staff back in February. The WTU is right now disappointed that DCPS announced reopening guidelines for schools in early June prior to engaging their union partners and community members in discussions concerning the health and safety conditions required in reopening schools safely for the 21-22 school year. The proposal put forward by DCPS in June did not adhere to the latest guidance for COVID-19 prevention in our schools. The Washington Teachers Union first approached DCPS about opening negotiations for the 21-21 school year in March. DCPS did not agree to come to the table until mid-June. When DCPS did come to the table, WTU quickly provided a detailed proposal. We've been waiting for 3 weeks for DCPS to respond to our proposal. I will not break the spirit of confidentiality around negotiations, but I do want to emphasize that we must keep a few things in mind in order for in-person learning to take place safely. First, we believe it is imperative that DCPS provide acceptable air quality as defined by the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning. And DCPS must share detailed air quality reports with the public. So that we can have in place protections for the health of our students, ensure that families confidently return to school. Second, DCPS must ensure that our schools meet socially distancing requirements of a minimum of 3 feet for unvaccinated individuals and 6 feet for unvaccinated individuals when they cannot wear a mask. In addition to health and safety concerns, the WTU is committed to prioritizing efforts to help students regain learning loss. We've learned a lot from the past year, including that simultaneously learning where a single teacher is instructing students both in person and via distance learning platforms does not work. In these situations, neither group of students receives the attention they deserve. We hope DCPS will ban this practice. The WTU also hopes you will reconsider and ask DCPS to invest in and prevent solutions to close the gaps that we have, including investing in school librarians. We hope you'll require DCPS to restore $3.5 million to the FY 2022 budget to ensure that every school has a full-time librarian. And finally, as the city invests in high dosage tutoring as a key element of our strategy to close the literacy gap, I again call for the council to hold oversight hearings on the district's growing literacy gap. We must ensure that we are investing in the right programs and implementing those programs with fidelity so that we can achieve our goals. I'd like to thank you for taking time to listen to me today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pogue-Lyons. And I don't have a copy of your statement. Have you submitted it?
We did. So I will look into why you haven't received it yet. I apologize, but we did send it.
Or just resubmit it, please.
Okay, thank you.
Laura Fuchs.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, I'm glad we're here asking questions of DCPS and DC Public Charter Schools around reopening. I am openly skeptical that it will make a difference in our classrooms, though I hope I'll be proven wrong. Make no mistake, this pandemic is not over. And when it comes to PK-12 education, we are deeply in the middle of what is arguably the most dangerous part. The Delta variant has proven to be highly contagious and more serious, and our immunocompromised students and educators, those too young to take the vaccine and those who simply haven't gotten it yet, are now at great risk. As the DME pointed out a few days ago, those who don't have the vaccine yet will not be fully vaccinated when school starts, and each day that passes puts them more at risk. Now, perhaps shocking to some, I'm not here to advocate that we do 100% virtual only for all our students in the fall, but there are several things we must do starting immediately to mitigate unnecessary risk. The fact is, business as usual has never done justice by our students, and it is unconscionable to continue business as usual when our students and educators' lives are at risk. The first thing is health protocols. Strict health protocols must be in place that include 100% masking of students and adults. It has to be 100% enforcement of mask wearing if we're limited only to those who are unvaccinated. It is almost impossible and will result in most being unmasked. And that puts our most vulnerable at risk. We wear masks to protect others, not ourselves. Everyone must mask. Continue provision of PPE, regular on-site asymptomatic testing of students and staff, clear parameters for when a classroom or school must quarantine. Classrooms should continue to socially distance, which means different furniture in certain classrooms. The one I have only has large tables for 4 people. It's not going to work. They're all going to face each other. It's a disaster. We need new furniture. And if that means hiring more teachers, having different schedules, staggered entry, et cetera, at certain schools, then that's what has to happen. Schools must have the necessary ventilation and filters in place, and educators should be trained in how best to utilize this technology to mitigate risk. Like, I didn't know where to put the filter in the classroom. Should it be in the center? Should it be in the front? I was reading articles, doing my own research. I shouldn't have had to do that. I should have been told where to put it to best keep my students safe. We need assistance and clear direction with classroom transitions, i.e. clear directional markings and spacing, entry, exit, and meals in particular are going to be incredibly important if we don't want to see huge spikes in the spread of COVID in our schools. Implementation, that's the big thing as a classroom teacher. DCPS does not have a good track record of following through with what is on paper and making it a reality. I have testified countless times on issues like the lack of supplies such as soap and toilet paper, let alone proper staffing levels, and there's little to no follow through on enforcing what is in place. When I taught just 3 to 5 students in person, getting them to properly mask was a Herculean effort, and I often felt unsupported. And that if I reported how often people weren't wearing masks in our building, that I was going to be retaliated against, or that I'd be throwing my school under the bus because there just really wasn't any support. We need assistance in training our students in how to act inside our school under COVID protocols. Older students are used to a level of freedom of movement that simply will not be safe at this time, so we need to be prepared. When it comes to academics, we need to have parameters and technology in place for quick pivots to quarantine. The metrics look grim right now, and other school districts currently in summer school are experiencing many closures. Just look at New York City. What happens there first comes to us next. We need clear guidance on what will be expected of students and teachers if and when we must quarantine for a given period of time. These implementation plans should be made in close consultation with the W2 teams in each school, with support from DCPS central office if and when needed. Other things would be culture of fear, that families should have a choice for virtual learning if that's what they want. Messaging needs to be consistent both to students and the community about wearing masks at all times, everywhere in public. This idea that we're reopened for business and people can be unmasked if they want to confuses our students. It's not acceptable. Everyone should be masked in DC if they are out in public, period, especially indoors. But frankly, right now, it seems like outdoors wouldn't hurt either. And then, of course, we just need a really clear plan on how to make sure we're getting as many students as possible vaccinated. I love seeing vaccine clinics at Woodson, but I'm not really sure how it's getting messaged to the community that that's there and available, and then getting students to it. Like, I know some of my students have been vaccinated, but considering the reporting of the numbers, it seems like it's still going to be very low, which of course means those first few months back at school, like, how are we rolling that out as fast as possible to make sure we get as many students who at least are willing to get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs.
And I'll send in my testimony. I know, I'm always late with that.
Thank you. Regina Bell.
Yes, good morning. And you should have my testimony, Mr. Chairman.
I do. I do.
My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. We all want DCPS to reopen and operate safely. Although DC is still under a public health emergency, that status expires next week, and it is unlikely that it will be extended. The worst of the pandemic seems to be in the rearview mirror, but the coronavirus has mutated into a more contagious strain. Over the last 2 weeks, there has been a dramatic uptick in the number of positive cases in DC. We can expect the number of deaths to increase in the coming weeks. LA is requiring masks again. The CDC director has sent out a warning of a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The American Academy of Pediatricians strongly recommends masks in school for everyone over 2, regardless of vaccination status. This public health crisis is not over. Science indicates that vaccinations are 95% effective in the prevention of COVID-19 and its variants. Yet when we reopen our schools next month, no student under the age of 12 will be fully vaccinated. Vaccination rates are particularly low for kids ages 12 to 15 in wards 7 and 8, where only 8 and 5% respectively have received even 1 dose of the vaccine. This matters for every school community because of this extreme mobility of our student population. There's lots of misinformation circulating on social media. There's also widespread mistrust in the community. We, the WTU, a trusted voice in the community, have offered to help DCPS get the word out about the safety and efficacy of the vaccine. The next best mitigation effort is ventilation. We know the city has done work to improve and update HVAC systems. We'd like detailed information on the repairs made to air systems on a school-by-school basis. We also like data from a real-time environmental monitoring system to prove that the air in our schools is safe. It is often said that students don't care how much you know until you show them how much you care. Over the last 18 months, many in our community have suffered unimaginable loss, loved ones, their home, livelihood, and their dignity. DCPS needs to have professionals available for students, teachers, and the broader community who need support in coping with the new normal. More than half of the students in DCPS have not been in school in person in over a year. Teachers and school leaders will be dealing with a lot more than the summer learning loss. Student achievement is maximized when there are smaller classes, reduced class size, especially in low-income areas where the communities have suffered disproportionately in this pandemic. This will enable teachers and other professionals to tend to all of those students' academic and emotional needs. This is not the time to let our guard down or to cut corners with our reopen plan. Now is the perfect time to show the citizens of DC how much you care by making every effort to bring students back to school in the safest conditions possible. It will go a long way in building trust.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Andrew Schick.
Yes, hello, good morning, council leadership and DCPS representatives. My name is Andrew Schick, and I will be entering my 16th year in the classroom and 9th in DC Public Schools. I will be returning for my 4th year at Cardozo Education Campus, where it is led by our esteemed principal, Arthur Mola, and his incredibly dedicated and talented administrative team. The purpose of my testimony is to provide insight and perspective as to how a school like Cardozo can benefit the needs of its student population and community as we reopen in the fall. I am a firm believer of Cardozo and its mission, and although we are continuing to grow and meet several of our students' needs, our administration also requires the assistance of central office and its budgetary grace. As many of you are aware, Cardozo is a Title I school that lacks significant resources that other schools like Wilson and Deal not only thrive on, but rely upon in order to meet several of their goals. As a former 5-year teacher at Deal, I can attest to their ability to attract as well as maintain talent just off of the gifts afforded to them during Teacher Appreciation Week, the holiday seasons, and gifts from parents as well as students. They have a financial surplus that allows for community engagement that, quite frankly, our student populations are not accustomed to. That being said, in order for students and environments and communities to reopen with the greatest chance at success, we humbly ask and request respectfully for school leaders to have more leverage on ESSER spending. School leaders are going to need to have their monthly P-card spending limit raised for the first 3 months in order to have a robust reopening. There will be many expenses that will be unforeseen at this time because we truly do not know what to expect, but we can at least prepare. Schools will have, schools with the most at-risk populations anticipate complications with IT and technical issues. The traditional model of one Octo specialist divided amongst a variety of schools will not be able to reach all of the students' needs and delay learning expectations. Lastly, all school communities require the most nuanced answers in order to provide school leadership the opportunity to be the leaders that they were chosen to be. Questions that linger from last year are still unaddressed, such as, quote, will Canvas course companions be embedded in Canvas? Or what will quarantining look like for students that test positive? Despite this, I am a realist and understand that not all asks can be fulfilled immediately. However, I would highly encourage all decision makers to triage requests for funds and addressing the areas of improvement from the last year and a half to help empower administrators to make sound decisions, give teachers the trust of policymakers, and students and their families the confidence of receiving a quality education regardless of the pandemic. The last thing I'd like to say is that I do love being a teacher, and even more so in DCPS. The families and students that I've learned from and the professionals that I've worked with are genuinely good people, and all of us want what's best for the district. Despite our differences on how to achieve our goals for young people, we all want them to be kind, self-sufficient, and responsible. I believe that if administrators were given more discretionary funds, flexibility with budgets, and communication on key issues around reopening, Teachers will follow the lead to help meet goals and target numbers. I want to know what Central wants us to do so that we can support the district's policymakers. So I do ask, what is it that you also want of or from teachers? Because we have heard a lot throughout the course of the pandemic, what it is that teachers want of local government and policymakers. So what is it that you want from us? Thank you very much, and that's my time.
Thank you. And I didn't ask for your statement because we have it.
Cool, thank you so much.
No, thank you. Maura Dundon. Is Miss Dundon here? I do not see her, so we will go to Fraser O'Leary, the Ward 4 representative. You are muted. Dr. O'Leary, you're muted. You're saying wonderful things and none of us have heard any of it.
Okay. Well, that's my bad. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As someone who's been involved with the public education system in the District of Columbia for over 50 years, I come before you this morning as a teacher, a parent, and a member of the State Board of Education with several questions about the projected opening of our schools in 5 weeks during a time when the virus and its variants have not disappeared. First, when our children and the school employees enter the buildings, what safety measures will be in place that were different than at the end of the school year, since there will be many more people in the buildings? Second, in our secondary schools, what procedures are in place as far as vaccinations go? What is being done to vaccinate our students, since they must have all of their vaccinations in order to enter school on August the 30th? Third, is it mandatory for all school personnel to be vaccinated? Fourth, since according to DCPS guidelines, all students will wear masks and students should be separated, their words, as far as possible, what new protocols will be in place since most schools did not have a 1/2 capacity in SY 2021? Last, but far from least, why is it the 22nd of July and there is not a full-scale media blitz letting parents and students know about what is going to happen on the first day of school? We cannot rely on just the internet to pass on information to our parents and students. Last year, communications between the system and the families was uninformative and last minute at best. At all the community meetings and the State Board of Education meetings I attended in the last year, everyone complained about not knowing what the plan was. We cannot go into this next school year without a visible plan for all of our students, parents, and school employees. This school year can be a life-changing year for everyone if everyone is informed and on the same page. Anyone who thinks that we are post-COVID is blind to the new reality of life in 2021. Our school leaders, the mayor, the deputy mayor, the superintendent, and the chancellor must make it a priority to keep everyone informed about how education looks in this crucial school year. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a copy of your statement. Erica Blackburn. Is Miss Blackburn here? Katie Norton, who's also a teacher. Alice McNeil. Looking to see if she's here. I don't see her here. Alice McNeil. Commissioner Evan Yates.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am here.
Please proceed. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Evan Yates, and I am an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Ward 4 and a parent of 3 kids that will attend DC Public Schools this fall. I'm deeply concerned about the ability of our public education institutions within the District of Columbia to open safely and equitably this fall. Without clear and transparent planning, thoughtful work toward inclusion, accessibility, and dedication, our fall school reopening will be buried in the same morass of confusion, inequitable funding, and family distrust that have characterized our pandemic education efforts so far. These problems plague both public schools and public charter schools. At the center of this, though, is the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE. This agency, which was already struggling prior to the pandemic, has escalated its failures during this timeframe, and those failures continue to harm both families and students. OSSE also sets policies that affect both sectors deeply on this topic, but this committee has failed to hold a single hearing dedicated to just this agency. So here I am today. Any parent with DCPS, and I'm sure many charters know that LEAs often throw up their hands and point to OSSE when there are obstacles around policies, around virtual learning and the return to school. I've heard from families in my community who are struggling with OSSE's overly strict opt-ins for virtual learning. OSSE's medical exemption form to request virtual learning repeatedly states that a child's condition must require, in all caps, their virtual learning rather than just be recommended or advised. With all due respect to OSSE, this is an unfair burden on both families and on medical professionals. It asks them to impossibly predict both the shape of the pandemic in the fall, its impact on a specific medical condition, and the in-place policies and procedures with regards to how the physical school opening will work. This form suggests that this language is a political decision rather than a medical one. They have also set a policy that works to the exclusion of families that have some medically vulnerable students. Because the policy only applies to individual students and not to all the children in the family, it fails to acknowledge that families operate as a unit. If you have a medically vulnerable student in your family, you are required under OSSE's guidance to take on the school risk vector, whether you like it or not, because the siblings are still required to attend the school every day and take on that exposure. Other issues have occurred around OSSE's transportation division. Unclear and poorly communicated guidance for mass exemptions for students with special needs have resulted in conflicts within my single member district. OSSE, in writing in Form B and C4B, that they de-escalate conflicts around masks by the use of the Metropolitan Police Department. This is an inappropriate response to children with special needs and their families and increases the school to prison pipeline and will continue to cause serious problems as reopening continues. OSSE has repeatedly insisted that the expectation is that all students will be in person 5 days a week in the fall. Simultaneously, 3 charter schools have applied to the Public Charter School Board to offer permanent virtual education and join the for-profit virtual branch of Friendship Public Charter in offering online instruction. Allowing for 2 different standards of opt-in to virtual learning, such as already exists and appears to be expanding, implies that this administration is not actually invested in a clear and consistent policy between sectors, but instead is determining policies on an ad hoc basis. Finally, OSSE is an important vector for recovery money from the federal government. However, the plan they provided to the U.S. Department of Education was filled with what can charitably described as errors. They described government-only panels of this body as community outreach, purported that DCPS had an asymptomatic testing program that had been abolished, and said that the PCSB maintained an accurate list of school openings and closing when they openly acknowledged their struggles as they repeatedly put up and took down an inaccurate tracker page. I encourage this committee to fulfill its obligations and engage in aggressive oversight of OSSE and the critical role they play in this reopening discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I don't have a copy of your statement. It would be helpful to have that. Marquita Bryant.
I can resubmit it.
Please do. Marquita Bryant. Ms. Bryant. I'm pausing because, oh, there you are.
There, sorry. Yes. Hello to all council members and staff. My name is Marquita Bryant. I'm a graduate of the District of Columbia School System and currently an engaged parent of DCPS. On the month anniversary of the day prior to having my father taken off life support who passed unexpectedly, I am here in the middle of my grief to express my concerns to fight for the protection, health, and well-being of my son. The Bowser administration, DCPS, and as well as OSSI has all formed an action of dishonesty in working in the best interest of children. They have collectively marketed the communication to parents, doctors, and many schools that children with medical conditions aligned with their doctors will need to only fill out the form by such medical provider and subsequently granted upon request. This is not the truth of the matter. Forms are being declined due to the language presented in the forms that will go against not only medically defined language, but will also place the health of medically documented children at further risk and place the livelihoods of parents at risk for truancy should they act to protect their children. The language of the form places required in all caps on the basis of the form being approved. This language ties the hands of medical providers who have never used such language, rather the language of recommended. Nowhere in the language of DC government has required being used for any employees returning back to the office or for vaccination purposes. Rather, the Bowser administration, DCPS, OSSI, all use this language for medically documented children with the specifics of full disclosure of medical providers DCPS for 5 weeks regarding this form. In the process, I was told that my child's medical provider would even need to be forced to place their business at risk by agreeing to this uncommunicated language, or I would have to suffer the consequences of facing truancy. I speak to you today after just taking my dad off life support to not have my child on the same avenue of a bed that I do not ever want to see again. I have been playing wordplay with DCPS, the Bowser administration, and OSSI via email to protect my child and to protect the livelihood of myself when it comes down to the health, well-being, and education of my child. My child is a human being and not a federal allocated tax dollar for a seat. They refuse to meet in the middle with parents. They refuse to communicate with doctors in regards to this language. And there are many families and parents frustrated about this same thing. I come to you for help and to plead to do the best thing and not reopen schools until it is safe for not only all children, but especially for medically documented children who has been acknowledged by the Office of DCPS. I'm too emotional, so I can't finish my statement, but I did submit my statement. And I don't want to be here, but I'm here to protect my child because I just lost my dad. And I don't want to lose my son due to the policies of this administration, DCPS, and OSSI. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. We do have your statement, and it's fine to be emotional because this is important to you. So I appreciate your willingness to be here and to testify.
Thank you.
Danielle Robinette with the Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. Additionally, before law school, I was a public school teacher. I am testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center, which fights so every DC child can grow up with a loving home, good health, and a quality education, reaching 1 out of every 9 children in DC's poorest neighborhoods, more than 5,000 children and families each year. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. As we all know, the pandemic has been especially challenging for children and families in the district, and the economic and health burdens have fallen disproportionately on families in wards 5, 7, and 8. Last month, Children's Law Center surveyed our parent clients to gain insight into our clients' experiences during the pandemic and to learn about their concerns going forward. We received 439 responses, and we have appended relevant responses at the end of our written testimony. Respondents represent 291 DCPS students and 186 charter students. From these data, we learned that the emotional and health impacts of COVID-19 have been devastating for our client community. Over a quarter of families reported having someone in their household contract COVID, and 40% have lost a loved one during the pandemic. These data emphasize the critical need for a trauma-informed return that accounts for the fear and loss that students have suffered during the pandemic. Next, we learned that many client families still have reservations about returning to in-person learning. Only 33% of families are very or extremely comfortable sending their children to in-person learning. 42% prefer a hybrid or all virtual option this fall. And 48% are very or extremely concerned about their children's safety returning to the classroom. Among respondents, the leading concerns about returning to in-person learning are the spread of COVID and adjusting back to the classroom setting. For families of students with disabilities, concerns about returning are even more complicated. In our survey, 44% of students with disabilities reported missing some or all of their IEP services during the pandemic. However, parents of children with an IEP were approximately 2.5 times more likely to respond that they were not very confident or not confident at all about their school's ability to prevent students from getting or spreading COVID. For much of the public health emergency, DC parents of children with disabilities have been forced to choose between exposing their families to a deadly virus or losing the IEP services to which they are entitled by federal law. Ultimately, we anticipate that most parents will send their children back to school because they risk truancy and reports of educational neglect if they do not. However, we are concerned that some students will not return because they do not feel safe at school. As we are all well aware, there are only 39 days left until the start of DCPS 21-22 school year, and even fewer for some charters. With these final days, the Council, OSSE, DCPS, and charter schools must do more to make their community feel comfortable returning to school. Throughout today's conversation, we urge the Council to focus on students who face the greatest obstacles in returning. We have had a number of hearings on this topic, and yet, as numerous council members noted at the start of today's hearing, families still have lots of unanswered questions. The district must do more to ensure that all students are able to access their education, whether in person or remotely, and make meaningful progress. Our written testimony details specific recommendations grounded in the lived experience of our client community. For the sake of time, I will list them here. To the Council, we ask that you first, expedite the phase out of SROs, and second, eliminate the 80-20 and 30-day failure due to absence rules. To OSSE, we ask that the agency first, expand regulations on seclusion and restraint, second, provide an extension of eligibility for students with disabilities past age 22, and third, collaborate with pediatric care providers to reevaluate the virtual learning medical certification form. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette, and we do have a copy of your statement.
Thank you.
Carrie Savage, who's with PAVE. I'm not sure I see her here. Maria Socorro Nico. I don't see her here.
Chairman Mendelson, this is Ms. Washington. I hope I don't have to be last. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Patricia Stamper.
Hello, this is Patricia Stamper. I'm coming to testify before the committee of the whole regarding the reopening of DC public schools and DC charter schools alike. Hold on, just pulled over. I was driving. Hold on.
All right, if you are speaking, Ms. Stamper, we can't hear you any longer. Ms. Stamper, I see you speaking, but we can't hear you. Cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. It was connected to my car when I got out. I apologize. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm testifying before the committee of the whole today as a public witness and not in any capacity with my affiliations with the citizens and voluntary associations that I'm affiliated with. As I was saying, I am a DC Public Schools parent. My son has asthma, my oldest. When the pandemic started, he still has an asthma action plan on file with his school, and it was filled out by his doctor. However, now I have until July 30th to get his doctor to fill out a form that she doesn't know how to fill out. She doesn't understand why it's needed to fill out because there's already an asthma action plan on file for him with DC Public Schools via the office, the OSSI. I also have, and he has an IEP. My other child is about to start early intervention in January after his third birthday. However, both of my children have pre-existing medical conditions, which I believe they should be accommodated to be supported to learn in what's their best environment. With that being said, I work with kids. I worked in person. I really support outdoor learning, and I really wish the Council of DC would make the effort to really support that, not just throw money at it. For instance, I suggested this before to a body, I'm not sure if it was the council or to the DC Board of Education. I suggested at the beginning of the pandemic that we really bring outdoor learning east of the river. My suggestion is that we take the empty shipping containers, we put them on wheels, we add Wi-Fi, we turn those into classrooms. The complaint and the issue that I pushback that I got is that they won't be safe spaces east of the river to protect our children in outdoor situations. However, it is if we as a community protect them. We can put our children in safe spaces if we want to and if we really value our children. I know last summer I watched as high school students and thousands of children marched through this city and yelled out, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. However, I want you to realize that, yes, we have the policy being put in place to show that Black Lives Matter. However, we need to back up and enforce that policy. We have outdoor learning plans and outdoor things that were suggested by several principals across the city. They need to be implemented. It should be mandated that every DC public school and every DC public charter school have an outdoor learning plan in place. And just how we have streeteries around the city, we need to have eateries at all our public charter schools and our DC public schools. There's no reason if we can play outside at 34 degrees for 10 to 15 minutes while we can't sit out there and eat and rotate, because the most at-risk time in the class in a in-person space right now is when we eat. I eat with my students, I take off my mask and I eat because I want them to feel that this is some sense of normalcy. However, I always give them, they have to get a new mask, wash their hands, and all those lovely things. Like my colleague Laura Fauci said, I had no training on how to go back and teach in person. I literally just figured it out. I realized there were feedback from computers that they were too close. Kids couldn't hear me if I had kids in person in a group because of the air filtration system thing was so loud. It's like, oh, in the background, and you couldn't hear, but you wouldn't know that unless you were there in person to experience it. Also, an IEP is a legal binding document. However, my child and other children like my child may or may not have received the hours that they should have received as mandated by law according to the individualized educational plan that was put in place in conjunction with the parent and the school and the team, the OT, PT, and whatever else the child may need. With that being said, I really wish that we listen to the experts in this situation, experts meaning the teachers that have taught in person and the parents. Yes, we have policymakers, but I'm a parent. I am the expert on my child. With that being said, if you have any questions, I'll answer them. Also, I didn't turn in my my testimony in advance, and I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stamper. Don't apologize. Just when you have a chance, submit your statement. Carleen Reed, who's the elected representative from Ward 8 to the State Board of Education. Dr. Reed.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members present, and members of the Committee of the Whole. We are almost a month away from schools reopening. Based on my engagement with community members, I hear more families mention feeling more comfortable returning in person, but there are concerns with the introduction of variants to the virus. The city can support our families by increasing the safety of reopening in a few ways. First, universal masking of children and staff indoors. The American Academy of Pediatrics continues to recommend that all staff and students who are 2 years or older wear face masks unless medical or developmental conditions prohibit their use. Schools should also continue to maximize the use of outdoor spaces for instruction, especially where it is imperative, for instance, our younger learners to see and hear letter sounds, younger learners who are trying to learn how to read, for them to see and hear letter sounds. Even thinking creatively about mask enhancements like providing clear masks. Again, outdoor learning can be used for mask breaks, meals, and I encourage members of the council, other city leaders to come and visit Patterson Elementary, for instance, in Ward 8, who is piloting the use of their enhanced outdoor learning spaces during summer acceleration in preparation for the return to in-person learning. I think that we can robustly incorporate outdoor instruction in our school schedules. Another support that families and schools need to return in-person is access to health checks and immunizations for school enrollments. I'm hearing positively that parents are enrolling in school. However, I'm also hearing on the schools end that a number of students don't have the immunizations and health checks to return to in-person. As we start, of course, as we near the start of school, pediatrician appointments are becoming harder to schedule due to demand. It will be great to see the variety of back to school event giveaways be paired with community partners that can provide health checks. For instance, the pop-up health clinics at Ballou High School in Dunbar, which are in collaboration with Children's National Health Center. We need to partner these events to not just give away backpacks and school supplies, but give away sustainable resources like registration for discounted internet access, food access programs, and out of school time options. Speaking of out of school time, currently, and this is a concern that I recently heard from a parent, registration for out of school time, especially for our largest LEA, DCPS, only permits registration through the use of a computer. Additionally, some schools have limits on out of school time seats that take vouchers. I encourage council members to explore the 21st Century Schools grant requirements for inequities in the enrollment process that may be creating barriers for all families to have quality after school options for their children. There also appears to be some correlation between the impact of COVID-19 and safety around schools. I'm hearing from parents that there's a variety of new behaviors around schools and instances that are impacting school safety. The investments of the mayor and the city council are commended that have been made around safe passages and Vision Zero. However, there are certain elements to the proposed plans that we cannot afford to wait until the new fiscal year to start to be implemented. On day one, we need a presence of individuals to support safe passages, safe commutes in the 44 school clusters identified in the Safe Passages program. We need to address any pedestrian and traffic safety issues around schools. Addressing safety needs around the 44 school clusters has the potential to impact safety in our city significantly. Some other bullet points from families that I don't have the opportunity to expound upon, but some more questions are, what enhancements have been made in OSSI transportation that provide direct communication on routes and concerns to families and schools? Just this morning, I got a report from a parent where a bus driver was very nasty to the child and used some inappropriate language. We can't afford that to happen when school we are already stressed enough around COVID. We don't need that sort of interaction. What considerations have been made around the Metro bus route reductions? What supports will be provided for students and staff to transition back in person around mental health and just the general stamina of being in school? Have there been updated COVID-19 protocols in buildings, and have staff and families been informed of any changes? And lastly, a number of public charter schools recently submitted full-time virtual learning applications. There is murmurs of DCPS having a virtual academy. How can we, what standards and supports are being considered to create consistency in the quality of virtual learning? Thank you for your additional 30 seconds. And I think I submitted my testimony last minute, but it's now to the committee of the whole. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Dr. Reed, and I do have your statement. Shannon Hodge.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. I'm recovering from a cold and the loss of my voice, so I apologize if I have to pause during my testimony. On behalf of the DC Charter School community, I thank the Council for providing equitable stabilization funding for the schools most affected by the pandemic in the budget, and for recognizing the importance of stable, predictable facilities funding for charter schools. I also applaud you and your staff's commitment and to collaboration and problem solving so that every child, regardless of where they choose to go to school, has the opportunity to thrive. While we're confident school leaders will find the best ways to support the needs of their students this upcoming school year, they shouldn't have to worry about the city creating additional barriers that draw their attention away from students. I'm here today to discuss 3 such challenges charter school leaders are currently facing as they prepare to welcome back to school the more than 44,000 students who attend public charter schools. I will provide a brief overview now, and more details are available in the written testimony I shared with the committee this morning. First, as of this morning, charter school leaders have heard nothing from OSSI about the charter facilities grant that Mayor Bowser announced on May 27th would provide $10 million in additional grants to charter schools to assist with fully reopening in person for school year 21-22. The school year for some schools has started, and for others it will start within the next few weeks. Yet leaders have heard nothing about the grant application process, how quickly the application will be reviewed, or whether the funds will actually be dispersed to assist with reopening cost. At this rate, the school year will have begun for thousands of charter school students before leaders know how much funding, if any, they will receive from the grant program. That delay was at best manageable last school year when in-person schooling was limited. It is inadequate for the upcoming school year. A second troubling example of a major last-minute decision made by OSSI is dramatically challenging some school leaders' ability to provide a high-quality educational environment for children and adult learners. After being led to believe by OSSI for months that non-Title I eligible schools would receive ESSER III equivalent funding, and after receiving equivalent funding in 2 previous rounds, OSSI notified school leaders on June 22nd that they would receive only $550 per student, a fraction of what these schools expected and were planning for. The decision itself is troubling because the demographics of many non-Title I schools, which includes all early childhood and adult schools, are similar to Title I schools. And those schools are equally focused on a bold and just recovery for their students, many of whom are in communities hit hardest by the pandemic. But beyond the decision itself is the unacceptable timing of it. This announcement was made after many schools had already budgeted for ESSER III equivalent funds. Budget predictability is key, and this decision undermines that principle. And finally, with the return of most students, teachers, and staff into physical classrooms, there are a number of complex challenges facing school leaders in implementing changing public health guidance and honoring the personal health decisions of staff and teachers when it comes to vaccination. And as we move into colder months, the common cold and the symptoms associated with it are likely to return, leaving the potential that a large number of teachers and staff will need to quarantine, not because they have COVID-19, but because health guidance on whether teachers and staff must quarantine when exhibiting symptoms isn't as clear as it should be. You have questions, school leaders have questions, we all need guidance. All too often, school leaders receive important information with limited detail at the same time as the broader public. School leaders are not given appropriate early insights into these announcements, preventing them from adjusting their plans and being responsive and attentive to the needs of their communities. A simple adjustment of better coordination and communication would enable school leaders to adjust their operating plans and reinforce new health guidance within their school communities. Thank you for your time and attention to these matters, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. And I do have a copy of your statement. Riley Danilko.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is Riley Danilko. I'm a policy analyst at DC Action, home of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here today to testify about the critical role of OST programs in ensuring a successful return to school in person this fall. As we sit here today, OST summer programs are in full swing, whether in partnership with a DCPS Acceleration Academy, a public charter school, at their own facilities or online. They're providing mentoring, tutoring, and activities like athletics, music, dance, and outdoor activities that make summer so fun for children. In one way or another, these programs are preparing DC's children to go back to school in the fall. As the district makes plans for this coming school year, DCPS, DCPCS, and all LEAs and education administrators should remember that OST programs are partners in educating young people and preparing them for life, and should actively include OST partners in planning, decision-making, and strategizing about how to best help students make this transition. Providing support for students' mental, social, and emotional well-being, and helping students overcome any learning loss that occurred during the pandemic will be the most important roles of OST programs this school year. OST programs already have the infrastructure, curriculum, and experience to meet these needs. And now, thanks to significant investments in OST from the DC Council and Mayor Bowser in the FY22 budget, more students will be able to access these resources. The DC OST Coalition thanks the Council and the Mayor for making these investments and looks forward to the Council protecting them in the final budget vote next month. The additional funding for OST should be used to help programs build capacity and expand to reach students who have been shut out of programs by a number of barriers, including a lack of programs in their neighborhoods, unsafe transportation to and from programs, and fees that families are unable to afford. School partnerships are one of the key ways OST programs connect students with their programming. Successful school OST partnerships help teachers and OST providers reach the shared goals of providing young people with a safe environment, a quality education, and the opportunity to explore their interests and discover their talents. Unfortunately, in the last school year, we saw many of these partnerships deteriorate due to lack of coordination and communication between schools and their partners. Many of our coalition members shared that their schools did not involve them in important planning conversations, and often this caused logistical hurdles and miscommunications that led to programs not being able to effectively serve students. The OST Coalition brought these concerns to the attention of DCPS Chancellor Farabee in a meeting this spring, and we were grateful for that opportunity. The Chancellor agreed to a follow-up meeting this summer to discuss how DCPS can ensure these school partnerships are strong going into the school year. And we look forward to the Chancellor's response to our request for that meeting. Another factor for successful OST school partnerships is the ability for programs to efficiently move their staff through the DCPS clearance process that OST staff must undergo to meet the school district's suitability requirements. We look forward to working with the Council to implement permanent legislation to address the drug testing policy and with DCPS School Partnerships Office, Clearance Office, and the Chancellor to identify solutions to improve the efficiency of the clearance process for OST staff. With strong school collaboration, improved screening efficiency, and the approval of the proposed OST budget increase, OST can be a key partner in smooth and successful transition back to school. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions. And you should have a copy of my statement.
I do have a copy of your statement. Thank you, Ms. Dinoco. Myrtle Washington with the Washington Substitute Teachers United.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am Myrtle Washington, president of Washington Substitute Teachers United. We have an email list of about 600 substitute teachers, all of whom support a pay raise. Do you know how much a school's schedule is disrupted when substitute teachers do not show up? For those who may not know, DCPS substitute teachers have earned $15 an hour since 2008. Each substitute teacher must have a bachelor's degree. Many of us have more. I have a bachelor's, master's, and Juris Doctor degrees, and we do more than babysit. No one can say the reason our children are not learning is the substitute teacher's fault. They are not certified teachers. Absolutely not. The reason our children, 70% of whom are Black, are having difficulty in class has to do with the curriculum that does not lend itself to teaching Black children. I have shared that with Dr. Kim. There must be some information from pre-K to 12 that says they are of African descent. It is evident that America does not love us. Our children know this. We must teach our children that we are Africa first, a rich and beautiful place. I am happy to see DCPS fight for including school librarians in this year's budget. Our children must be encouraged to read. But can a school do without substitute teachers? In 2016, I was a substitute school librarian. I told them I would do my usual 4 days a week, and they would have to find someone to be the librarian on Fridays. $15 an hour was not enough to incentivize me to work an extra day per week. but there are some substitute teachers who are dependent on their 5 days DCPS salary to survive. And right now, in this rapidly gentrifying area, $15 an hour is just not enough. But what is it about substitute teachers? Why aren't school administrators and council members standing up for us? Why aren't you helping us get a much-deserved raise? Are we disrespected in this way because we keep showing up for $15? We know that hotels and restaurants and others are getting $80 million of our tax dollars. Or is there some other agenda? Right now, today, we know that teachers are retiring and a number of substitute teachers found other jobs and will not return to schools in August. Most say they do not want to be exposed to the possibility of catching COVID from children who are not vaccinated. We would like to count on your sponsorship of a wage increase with access to benefits, due process rights, and professional development for all DCPS substitute teachers for school year 21-22. We deserve it. Thank you all for your attention to this crucial matter. And finally, Dr. Farabee was supposed to be after me according to the original schedule, but I'd like to ask, could Dr. Farabee state his actions to give us a pay raise for school year 21-22? And what about fiscal year 23? Thank you once again.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. And we do have a copy of your statement. So thank you for that. So we will have one round, 10 minutes each for questions by council members. I'm going to start with a few questions. I hope I don't take my full 10 minutes. Let me begin with Ms. Pogue-Lyons. I just want to, even though you touched on this in your statement, I want to just spend a moment on maybe the management-labor relationship. Is management working with the teachers union on the reopening?
We've been asking DCPS to come to the table since March. They agreed to come to the table in June, as I stated. Quickly gave them the proposal on health and safety, what we believe will keep everyone healthy and safe and promote in-person learning so we don't have a shutdown that would take us backwards instead of forwards. DCPS has had the proposal for 3 weeks. We, as a matter of fact, will be negotiating today. And we are hopeful that they'll have a response to our proposal because they've had it. And I just want to also add that looking at my calendar, I can't believe that in less than a month, teachers will be returning back to in-person learning on August 20th. So there's an urgency in this.
So what I'm taking from what you're saying, even though you didn't put it this way, is that the management has not been robust in its response to the teachers union or working with the teachers union.
It's been slow. And as I said, there's an urgency in this because we have less than a month before teachers have to return to the building. And those safety procedures and protocols need to be in place when they return.
Would it be fair to ask you what is the most important issue that the teachers union and management's not in agreement with regard to reopening?
For the WTU, the most important issues we have right now, as I stated, is the HVAC system, meaning making sure that the air conditioning and HVAC systems are all up to par, and making sure that DCPS is transparent with the public about those systems, because what we want to make sure is that we are able to get fresh air in and bad air out continuously throughout the day. That's how we know we can mitigate the disease, the virus, excuse me. We're also concerned about simultaneously teaching. We know that DCPS has said that they want us to fully go back in person, and we totally agree with them because this is the best place for students to learn is in person. But we're concerned that we may be asked to both teach simultaneously and in person. And as I've said, I talked to a third grade teacher who was concerned that she might have to teach both in person and virtually at the same time. And she made me realize, she said, "Ms. Lyons, do you realize that some of these third graders that I'll be teaching in the fall, the last time they were in school was when they were in first grade? How can I do my best to make up for the loss that they've had if I have to do both in person and simultaneously teach virtually at the same time?" That's one of our concerns. Also, we want to make sure that when teachers are in person, that kids travel and we follow all the masking regulations that we should for both, especially for those students who are not vaccinated. And there are certain times of the day when students will not be able to wear their masks, such as in the lunchroom or if they're having choir practice. At those certain times, we want to make sure that there's a 6-foot difference. And we also want to incentivize families and teachers to get the vaccination.
All right, don't use up all my time here.
I'm sorry. I
got
apologize.
your top 5, but that's fine. And I did get a copy of your statement, so thank you.
Thank you.
In your testimony, you said a couple of things I wanted to follow up on. We humbly ask for school teachers to have more leverage on ESSER spending, and school leaders are going to need to have their monthly P-card spending limit raised. On the, maybe I'll start with the P-card. Is there a problem there? As I recall, is there a problem there with the P-cards?
Problem.
That was, oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
No, I was gonna hand it over to you, Andrew, because that's the statement that you made. I'm not sure if you were addressing me, Chairman, or were you?
No, I was addressing Mr. Schick.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies, Ms. Lyons.
No.
So problem in what regard do you mean?
Well, your testimony was school leaders are going to need to have their monthly P-card spending limit raised.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just trying to understand, I was a little surprised to hear that. That makes me wonder what the problem is.
So it's been my understanding that just within DCPS, administration would like to be able to do more for students and families, as some of the other testimonies have been given today, to do more for the families within communities. And I believe it was Ms. Reed, she was talking about providing services for students in need, things of that nature. And I think that from what I understand, the P card can be things that would allow for that. And that would be, given the pandemic, given everything that's happened, there are lots of situations where teachers, not teachers, but administration would have to dip into their own pockets, and we want to do things to prevent that.
Okay, and then you also said, do we humbly ask for school leaders to have more leverage on ESSER spending?
So to clarify on that, from what I understand, it would be like if you say that they have, give an example of a figure of say $1,000 that could only be spent on certain things or programs, whether it be for hiring, or you could only hire this person for this amount of time. They would want to have more flexibility on what the parameters would be before having to go through the red tape of getting approval for that.
Okay, there is a limitation. The ESSER funds is not a permanent funding source. Let me, because my time is running out. Dr. Reed, in your statement, you said, I encourage council members to explore the 21st Century Schools grant requirements for inequities in the enrollment process that may be creating barriers for all families to have quality after-school options for their children. Could you explain that a bit more?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chairman Mendelson. So I recently had a grandparent reach out to me, and she's doing her end of the deal of trying to get everything ready for back to school 5 weeks out. However, like many of our families, she does not attend the school in the ward. She attends a school in Ward 6, and they have limited seats for children that for out of school programs that accept vouchers. So this caused an inequity because I feel like a lot of our schools in Ward 8 would provide that service. They're choosing to go to another school. However, families who have vouchers don't have equal access to those seats. In addition, whenever they register, you have to register by computer. You can't use your cell phone. You have to use your computer. And we've heard over and over in the pandemic, the digital divide. So it just seems like some barriers in that grant program that provides out of school time seats that is causing some inequities and opportunities.
So in the enrollment, but I think I didn't follow. So if a parent's going to a school in a different ward?
Oh, no, it's not. It's not just for parents who are in schools in different wards. It's parents who might need vouchers. So not all out of school time opportunities are open for students. That's something that I think our COVID recovery funds can help possibly with. But right now, certain schools have after school programs that aren't open to everyone. You have to enroll either using a voucher, the seat's not open. So for this case, they have space for an older child, but they don't have space for the younger child because the vendor that provides care for the younger child only will not take the voucher. So this is just one parent, but I'm believing there are other parents who might not be able to access out of school time because the voucher restrictions for some of the providers. And maybe other people can explain that a little better, but it just seems like an equity in who can access seats. So it seems like families who can pay out of pocket can go to any program that they choose in a school, but families who have vouchers might not be able to have that same opportunity. Then you also split the families who one child may be a seat and there's not a seat for another child.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. My last question, and I'm over my time, so I want to be quick here, to Ms. Washington, Myrtle Washington. Why is it that the substitute teachers are either not forming their own union or joining the Washington Teachers Union? Because the best way to advocate for a higher salary is through collective bargaining.
Well, you know, has that always been the case? When Ms. Ree negotiated a higher salary for substitutes in 2008, moving them from $10 to $15, was that because there was a union involved? Or was that because of her heart said, you know, these people really need an increase and let me do this? You know, I don't know, but we are in the process. We have talked to WTU, we've talked to AFL-CIO, we've talked to ASME, we've talked to them, and there are certain things that we must do. So we're in the process of trying to complete those things, but you haven't heard from us. You haven't heard from us in several years because we have been trying to follow those steps. But in the meantime, we're still making $15 an hour. It would seem that someone would say they haven't organized formally yet. Let's do this for them now. Okay? That's where I'm coming from. The heart says, let's do this for them now. We need it. That will not stop our organizing to become part of WTU or any other or form our own. But at the same time, it would say they need this now. Okay?
Yes, I appreciate what you're saying, but I can tell you that when I look across the government, there have been some interesting, what I want to put this, organizing in offices, like attorneys in the Office of the Attorney General form their own union. And that is the best way to make sure that those salaries get higher.
Trust me, we are working on it, and I appreciate that. You said that 3 years ago when we came before you then. So we are working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Louis George, do you have questions?
Yes, yes, thank you, Chairman. I want to start first with Ms. Bryant, Marquita Bryant. Ms. Bryant, first I want to thank you for your heartfelt testimony and offer my condolences for your father. I want to ask some questions about that required language and what's making, for doctors to sign off on required language as a barrier to virtual learning. Could you sort of explain to me the situation where you received that language back from DCPS in denial of virtual learning?
Yeah, so OSSI or DCPS said OSSI created the form. I went to OSSI, they said that it was DCPS's form. So I was getting this whole mix up spiel. So when I presented this form to our doctors, which you have to pay, there are co-pays each time you go to the doctors, every time you do a telehealth visit, every time you have a form filled out, that's $30 out of my pocket. I'm at $90 at this time for the back and forth. So the language of required medically is different from just a regular language of require on our side versus medically. Medically, I had a meeting with his doctor yesterday, my son's doctor yesterday. It would have to be for the small circumstances of medically documented patients. So they cannot say require unless you are literally somewhere where you cannot physically do anything, even leave the home for a walk. So doctors use the language of recommended, even, in the health profession. For my doctor, they always use the words recommended. So I was blown away that, OSSI used that language. So I asked the doctor, I had to go back and I said, because at that time, the doctor said she was not going to fill out the form. But for time's sake, she said she would cross that out and use the language that she could to at least address that says that my son is high risk. If he comes in contact with COVID, he will develop serious illness. So the back and forth I went through with DCPS, they did not care about the condition, the risk factor, and the severity of the issue. They kept playing on the wordplay. So doctors have been reaching out to DCPS, have been trying to get, clarity on this language. They have not gotten any clarity. There are doctors at Children's National Medical Center who are still trying to get clarity for their patients. So there are people trying to figure out why is this language there and what can they do to protect their patients. So I honestly don't know at this moment. Okay.
And it was, and at this moment, I guess it's unclear whether OSSI or DCPS created the form, but that's still open. And as a result of not being able to have recommended there, that means that you're only left with two options: either send your son to school in person, or you risk being a truant.
Yeah. Yes. So I went back and forth on emails. The chancellor is on the emails. Mayor Bowser is on emails. Everyone is on the emails, because I wanted to make sure that not only will my child be on a bed, because we had children in our family who honestly were admitted with COVID and had to stay overnight at Children's National Medical Center. So children do get sick. So that myth is blown away. That happened in my family. But the other side of it, not only is my child can be sick, they don't know what we deal with as parents and what doctors deal with as patients on the other side of their medical condition. So I'm trying to explain to them that this doesn't make any sense. You never, communicated with parents about this form. You sprung it on us. And the other part is that I will be faced with truancy if I need to protect my child. So here I am, a single mother in Washington, D.C., doing the best that I can. And you're telling me that I will lose everything I have to go into truancy court to save my child's life in regards to COVID. It doesn't make any sense. And no one has acted or tried to say, okay, well, let's meet in the middle. And that's why I'm here today.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brian. We'll pose those questions to OSSI and DCPS and see what we can get back. And I thank you for, advocating for your child in the midst of the grief you're experiencing. I want to go to President Lyons. President Lyons, I know you had stated in your testimony some guidelines around air quality, and I didn't get a chance to write down sort of the guidelines that you all are looking at. What were those air quality guidelines that you wanted met or that you were trying to get some agreement with from DCPS?
I'm sorry, I had muted myself. We just want to make sure that DCPS is following the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. We want to make sure they follow their procedures and protocols. We also want them to be transparent and give those any reports that are given on heating and air conditioning, that they release that to the public. Also, we've also asked that there's certain systems that can be put in place, such as monitors, to regulate or to give information regarding the good air and bad air, the oxygen versus the carbon dioxide that's in the schools, because that can really has shown to mitigate the spread of the virus. Just, making sure that the air is fresh and clean that's coming in and the bad air going out.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to be able to follow up with them on it and understand that.
Thank you.
I wanted to go to Mr. Schick. Schick, I hope I said that right, Andrew Schick. I know you were talking about, this has come up before, sort of the amount of, I guess, octo specialists assigned to schools, or even the support. And I guess President Lyons was speaking to that too. If teachers are going to be required to teach their students in person and then simultaneously do virtual learning, which I think is too far of a burden for having a teacher being able to control the computer, the internet, make sure those students are engaging and students in person. I just want to say that off the bat. But if that's going to happen, I guess there would have to be more support, more technical support in the schools, and more than one person. It would have to be more people available to help teachers navigate that process. I heard you say something about there being like only one octo specialist and in the school. What other sort of technology supports are there in the schools for this type of dual learning requirement being placed on educators?
So thank you for the question. The first thing I would say is it's been my experience working at two different schools, two different backgrounds, that you still only have one octo specialist, usually between 4 different schools. And if you put in a ticket for a computer to get serviced or a copier machine to be serviced, those things take, between 4 to 8 days on average. And with the pandemic, it's a lot more challenging, especially with students being at home. You're not going to be able to send somebody to a location. The kids have to go to the school, and then they schedule a time, and they will all get serviced at one time. But the student loses a whole day of learning. To answer your question more specifically about what's in place, I think it's a question that is something that needs further examination for the upcoming school year. And I think there are ways in which we can, as a school community, school by school, and not just the whole district, find ways to address it. I do believe that there are strategies to find ways to do both a dual hybrid model with teachers in classes, as well as teaching other students who are virtual, but it would be a trial and error process where I think a little bit of flexibility will be needed to be given to administrators so that they can also provide that same patience to the teacher. Do I have an exact answer or solution? I don't. What's in place now is a lot of everyone trying to figure out what is the best solution. I don't think there is one yet, but I think that we can work towards it. So I'm sorry if that's not a direct answer.
No, that was a good answer to the question. I'm pretty shocked that there's one octo person for like 4 schools, let alone in one school. That's especially with the dual virtual learning that we see. That's I'll be asking sort of some follow-up questions on that piece. Let me see where I am with time. Oh, I'm 27 seconds left. Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the witnesses. I really appreciate the testimony. I want to ask President Lyons, if I may, what she can tell us about what DCPS has communicated to the teachers? Do you think that the teachers are fully informed about what awaits them? And is there an active and engaged communication between teachers and DCPS about their concerns?
Right now, we know at this point that we've been tasked to come back to school in person, and we fully support that. But as I've continued to say since the spring, the devil is in the details. Teachers at this point know that they're coming back in person, but at this point, we don't know how many kids, because of health or issues or accommodations and needs, will be teaching, will need to be taught virtually. And so that creates a lot of uncertainty. We're also, like I've said before, we don't know if teachers will be asked to teach simultaneously in person as well as virtually, which we believe will not represent us fully going back in person. And as I've said, teachers will be returning in less than a month, and teachers need to make plans as far as what it means to go back in person. Then also just what are the safety protocols that are in place when you go back into the classroom? 3 feet, 6 feet. We know that everyone will be required to wear a mask, but that's the only extent that we have, is that everyone will wear a mask, but what's going to happen when we go into the cafeteria? What's going to happen when we go into choir? We've suggested that maybe we need to have dismissal and arrival and dismissal times need to be staggered to keep people safe and to keep staff and children safe, but we haven't gotten the details of that. And that's what creates the uncertainty for teachers who are ready to go back. We agree that the best place for students to learn is in the classroom. And we know that there's been a lot of loss. But as I've said before, I'm a kindergarten teacher, and we know that if I was going back into the classroom in September, in August, I might have some students that have never been to school, or the last time that they were in school, they were in K-3 classes.
And just to follow along those lines, when I had asked these questions of DCPS, I was effectively told that to think of what was going on at the end of the school year and how that was all working out. And pretty much the answer was pretty much you'll see the same thing. So I'm not clear really whether that's the case. Will students have to be individually brought into school, one by one? What will be the situation, for example, if a student seems to be exhibiting signs of COVID? Will we have quarantine rooms and things of that sort? What will happen, to the rest of the children in the class if there's been some interaction? Issues about whether teachers have been vaccinated, and will parents know whether the teacher of their students has been vaccinated? Do you know any greater detail along these lines than what I've been trying to get?
We've put a proposal, like I said before, DCPS 3 weeks ago. We're hopeful that they will respond to our proposal today. But our proposal answers all those questions that you've just put before me. For instance, we right now believe we'll go backwards if we make it a requirement for families and teachers to get vaccinated, but we want to offer incentives for both teachers to get vaccinated and report their vaccinations. And we've been open that we want to support DCPS and getting the word out about how important vaccinations are. All of that we put into the proposal, and we are grateful that finally we came together and with DCPS to get teachers back to school in February. But when we came back in February, we were just learning about the vaccination could help save us and keep the spread of the disease. But we're right now, this situation changes every moment and sometimes day by day. So right now we know that our children 12 and under can't can't take the 12 and over can, but under the age of 12, they can't get the vaccination right now. So what are we going to do to make sure our youngest kids don't fall prey to the Delta variant, and in particularly the Epsilon variant that we know is coming? That means that we're going to have to get into the details of what those protocols and procedures will be like in every school to keep everyone safe, because we're afraid that if we have to have a close down, it will be hard to get everyone to come back.
I don't know that I have seen the proposal. Is that proposal available for members of the council, or is that just something internal between you and DCPS at the moment?
At the moment, yes, it is.
Okay. And then in terms of issues related to learning loss and social and emotional issues that can arise, what are you being told in terms of, let's say you have a kindergarten class and some of them haven't even been to school yet, but even let's say a third grader, a fifth grader, something like that. How are students being evaluated? How is it decided who's going to get special help? What does that special help look like? Have you been informed about all of those things as well?
No, we haven't been before, but as someone that's been, is a veteran teacher of 28 years, that's why we're promoting that teachers not have to teach simultaneously, that they can best meet the needs of their kids by focusing just on in-person learning. We know that we're going to have to make accommodations for our students who, for health reasons or for family reasons, will not be able to return in person, but we need to put protocols and procedures in place for that. But I believe all of our teachers are prepared to fully address the needs of our students when they are in their classrooms and tasked with only teaching in person.
Well, let's say I'm a teacher, kindergarten, as I said, some might not even have been to school yet, but let's say, I don't know, second grade, third grade. Will I know, will there have been some evaluation? Will I know, for example, the students in my class, who among them may need particularly special help? Or is it that left to the classroom teacher to try to figure that all out when all the kids come into the classroom?
It is my hope that we'll give our students the social and emotional support that they need, because for many of them, we won't know what has happened to them over the last year and a half. But there are certain procedures and protocols and assessments that we do normally with our learners throughout, from preschool on up. I'm hopeful that we will do continue to do those assessments to see where our students are, but to understand that our teachers are going to need time, that those assessments and that data will not be used against us, that we will see where our kids are and we will try to move them forward. And as again, focusing on the social and emotional support that our families and our students will need, and also our teachers, because some of them have suffered over this last year and a half.
That's true. And in terms of, the teachers themselves to have time and to make these evaluations and see where the students are and where you can move them to, this has always been an issue with impact. You have to be able to, a teacher inherits a class of certain development and, certain deficits and certain strengths, but unless the teacher is measured against that baseline, it's totally unfair. And that, to me, is even more important now, because you'll have students coming in of all sorts of different effects from the pandemic and the shutdown. And is DCPS open to this approach, for evaluating our teachers? Otherwise, it's extraordinarily unfair.
We're hopeful. We've been, we believe, the WTU, that impact has led to us not being able to retain teachers. We're expecting this year that we could have up to 650 new teachers this year. We need to think about how do we fairly evaluate our students and do what's fairly evaluate our teachers, and the evaluations should be based on what's good for students. And we find that it's just the exact opposite, that we believe that the evaluation system used by DC has led to us continually losing teachers. If we keep at this rate where we're constantly every year getting 650 new teachers in, that means there's 650 teachers who have left. That means within 2 years, we've lost a quarter of our teaching force. And we know that we suffer the most losses in our underserved communities, where we need to keep and retain excellent teachers. And I will say that DCPS is wonderful at getting the best teachers, but they need to work harder on giving teachers the professional development that they need and evaluating them fairly so that they stay, especially in our underserved communities.
Well, thank you for that. And I am out of time. I don't know if we're going to get another round or not, but I have things for many of our witnesses. I thank you again. One in particular I wanted to mention, and I'll be real quick here, I'm sorry. Dr. O'Leary, I think you're absolutely right. It's imperative that we get a mass communication with parents and students about what awaits them. And I don't think that has happened yet. Certainly way more than what we're doing now. But in any event, I am out of time. Thank you all very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually want to start with President Pogue-Lyons. You mentioned that we need to incentivize teachers to get the vaccine. Are you aware that we already have a lot of, do you think that the workforce is already aware of the incentives that the district is already offering? Plane tickets, gift cards, cars, free groceries. I'm just curious in terms of, are you looking for an incentive outside of that?
We're ready to work with DCPS on anything that we can come to agreement that would get teachers as well as families to take the vaccination, because we believe that's the only way that we can be successful one of the ways and most important ways we can be successful in returning to school in person and stay in person is to offer incentives. We're waiting,
just asking if there's something outside of, because we have this, I don't want to say it's not a fight or debate, but we literally have this conversation with the executive council members every Friday about how we are moving the needle on incentives. And so to hear that we need to offer something separate for our educators, I'm just like, what would move the needle in your opinion?
And I would say more, but we're in negotiations with DCPS regarding what incentives we can give to teachers. That's something that we're willing to go back and forth with DCPS about. And I think it's something that they're willing to negotiate with us. And right now, like I said, we put in a proposal, and I'm sure that that's one of the things that DCPS is open to hearing from us. We may not agree on everything, but we agree that we want to make sure we incentivize both families and teachers to get the vaccination.
Sorry, I only have a little bit of time.
I'm sorry.
And there's like 20 of y'all. The second question I have is around DC health guidance around unvaccinated individuals when it comes to travel. And this is, again, has been a point of contention between the council and the executive. I am curious, in terms of your conversations back and forth with DCPS, has it been determined yet that if a staff member or a faculty member or whoever who is working in the school who travels and is unvaccinated and therefore has to quarantine for 10 days before returning to work, whether or not they will be required to take personal leave?
It is my hope, because we never know when or why people have to travel, that they would not, in order to keep people safe, we want people to report what their activities are. So it is my hope that folks would not have to use their personal leave, because that means that people.
I would encourage you guys, as you have your conversations with DCPS, to push this point, because we're trying to push it on behalf of the families who also, if your child is under the age of 12, therefore not vaccinated, are having to quarantine from 10 days from both school and daycare if you travel outside of the District of Columbia. And so, frankly, I think that this is one of the most disruptive things that could possibly happen for the school, because we got some 3-day weekends coming up, Thanksgiving. If literally no one can travel because you're not vaccinated, the whole school's going to be on quarantine after Thanksgiving. And I don't know if we're like really thinking that part through. Ms.
And I agree with you, but sometimes people have to travel. Like recently, I had to travel to go to a memorial service.
Oh, no, I understand. I'm not saying that people
I
shouldn't be allowed to travel. What I'm saying is our guidelines, what we have in place, makes it nearly impossible for families to travel and continue their education without a greater disruption from whatever the period of time that they had to take to step away. Right. And I appreciate our public health officials on this, except for like, it just doesn't work with reality, because the fact of the matter is you're going to have families who just don't report. And nobody wants that.
Right. And that's why we're supporting and want to make sure that we give incentives for everyone to get vaccinated.
Okay. Ms. Bryant, I want to make sure that I say, and my condolences on the loss of your father. And, you know, we've been on the, you were right. You have everybody on the email chain, and I have seen the emails that you've sent back and forth. I've also looked at the form as well. It seems to be from OSSI, and I've heard from some pediatricians, their frustration that DCPS, OSSI, the administration, is making them out to be the bad guys.
Right.
They are the ones who have to say, no, you must send your child in person, even though they would likely recommend. But actually, my question is for Ms. Hodge, because I have heard there are a number of charter schools who are doing, what do we call them? Team ups, if you will, around virtual learning for the school year. You know, OSSI and DC Health make it sound that everybody is having to use the same form. Are charter schools also using this form as well?
Yeah, charter schools are required to use the same medical exemption forms and the same problems that DCPS students and families are facing, charter families are facing.
Okay.
With regards to the virtual programming, you know, I believe Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis is testifying later, and she can speak more to the specific process, but there isn't like a separate virtual thing that's happening just because of COVID. The virtual process for charters is about permanent changes. There are some charters that were already had virtual programming, and some charters are asking to add additional virtual programming options permanently, not just because of COVID.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page, because like if we have one LEA who's pushing this form and the rest of them are like, sure, it doesn't matter, you know, that pushes inequity in terms of the pieces there too. I also wanted to ask you about the 10 million for charter facilities, which frankly, that annoyed me because we the council approved that money in a supplemental budget, which the executive told us you must do because we have to get that money out the door. And you are saying that the schools have not heard a single communication about application, deadline, process, X, Y, or Z?
I checked with some schools, my team checked with some schools this morning before I testified, just so I can make sure that I was telling you the absolute truth. They have not heard anything.
Okay. All right, we'll ask some questions about that. Ms. Stamper, I don't know if you're still with us because I know you were doing summer school. Maybe not. Okay.
No, I'm here. I was changing a diaper. I apologize.
No, I mean, change the diaper because that's what.
Yeah. I was changing a diaper. I'm sorry. What is your question?
I'm curious if you've heard from your fellow colleagues and in the paraprofessional space around whether or not DCPS has started to reach out to some of you to support virtual academies or virtual learning in the fall.
No, I haven't heard anything. I No, me as a paraprofessional who has a master's and a bachelor's would love to have hazard pay and be paid a little more to do my job, because all this wonderful learning that I've done, all these different platforms. I know my colleagues would love to be able to be compensated and work academies accordingly if they're compensated for it. I agree with the substitute teacher lady about compensation, because I used to work 2 school years as a long-term sub all over the district. So yeah, it's still $15 an hour. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yates, I wanted to ask you a question both as like your role as a commissioner, but also as a parent in the community. Because I agree with, Councilmember Che, and I think what my colleagues have said, Louis George, et cetera, like one of my biggest frustrations with like DCPS and frankly some of our charter schools is like the lack of communication. It seems as though no one is thinking like a parent in terms of like what are the questions that they might possibly have. So we're 5 weeks out, for instance, and like you can't actually, like I'm on DCPS's website. I spend a lot of time on that. Chancellor Farabee, I'm just letting you know. I've been on your website, so my questions are going to be based on like stuff I see. But like you can't even tell me what happens if my child's teacher tests positive and they need to quarantine. Is the whole class quarantined? I mean, I'm curious in terms of like, what do you feel like will be helpful? And maybe Dr. O'Leary, you can, or I'm not gonna stick with one person. I only got 30 seconds. Like, is it a frequently asked questions? Do we want a webinar? Do we want a town hall? What do you think is the most helpful piece here?
So I think consistently communicated written materials available in multiple languages is super important, but they also have to not just be on a website, right? They have to be designed into documents and distributed to schools and mailed to students. Like this is a continual problem with the DC government as a whole, right? Is that they put up a website in English only and say, look, the questions are good enough, right? I got a postcard in the mail yesterday from Maryland about rental assistance, right? Which is nothing has happened in DC with regards to outreach. And we see it all the time where instead of reaching people where they're at, we try to make people come to them. And I also think just clarity of policy, right? Like the policies change around testing, the policies change around quarantining, and they don't do a good job. So when you talk to parents, all of them have what at the time were correct understandings of what DCPS's policies around testing or quarantine or other things were, but they all come from different points in the school year. And since there's a bad job of updating and making sure that people get the latest policy. So another thing that would just help is just consistency, right? Like pick a dang policy and stick to it, right? Like asymptomatic testing, for instance, right? Like there's essentially none of it now, but like I know people that believe they're going to be asymptomatic testing when they go back to school in the fall because the last communication they heard was when they rolled out with big fanfare the asymptomatic testing program.
Got it. Thank you. And I think you speak to a point that Dr. Reed raised around out of school time in that, and that was a question I had, Dr. Reed, too, for DCPS. Like, did you tell families that you wouldn't be able to enroll in out of school time, not on a mobile device, and that you need to be in front of a computer? Because we know how quickly those slots go, but I don't see the chairman. I could keep going. That would be rude because I see my other colleague, Councilmember Bonds, here.
It's all a function of whether you want to be nice to Councilmember Bonds.
I like Councilmember Bonds, so I'm gonna give back my
As a parent, the amazing school team at my school did say you have to use the laptop. They made a big point of texting people and telling people that, and telling people to come into the school building to fill out the forms if they didn't have a computer, which is of course another burden, an unacceptable burden.
Also, who is quickest on the draw, which we know is an inequity.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you all, and thanks to this wonderful panel of witnesses. I feel like we're having a real conversation this morning, and thank you very much for that. We're finally getting to the nitty-gritty of what it means to reopen in person, learning for our students and our families, our teachers. And so let's talk a little more about this notification process. And this is to all of our witnesses today. Do any of you recall the public schools, the charter schools, sending written correspondence to families about anything that's going on in schools? I
Okay,
take it,
Yes, I would say that on behalf of the charter schools, I say charter schools typically communicate directly with their school communities. So it may not be something that the entire city receives, but they are responsible for communicating directly with their school communities.
and is it in written form and in paper that goes home, or a letter that's mailed, or?
It's going to vary by school community. Some schools do written, but what we found is that many schools communicate through newsletters and emails and text messages, and find the ways that their school community members receive communications best. Oftentimes mailing addresses, the mail actually getting there, particularly given what's happened with the Postal Service over the last year, can be difficult. And so schools rely on multiple methods of communicating with families.
Well, I appreciate that comment. And here we are talking again that yes, we are trying to instruct our families to use the modern communication system, which is the internet. But bottom line is there are still deliveries of mail. You know, at one point, you're correct, it was 5 days, maybe 10 days, but it's not that way anymore, at least in my neighborhood, and I'm in zip code 1. I just have a real concern that we continue to say we're going to push our families into modern technology, but we're not really giving them the tools. A couple of things have happened this morning with the communication. I think let me make sure, say the right names. A couple of Miss Stampler, for instance, I see her name easily. And Miss Bryant, where communication continues to kind of die out. Is there anyone from public schools, Dr. Reed? Do you recall? I know that you're extraordinarily young, and thank you for that, as being a member of the board. But just wondered if you can recall any correspondence being in written form.
Specifically around reopening requirements at the moment?
Reopening anything. I'm just curious if the school system uses, letters and flyers that go home with students. That's one of the good ways to reach families,
So I don't represent DCPS. I'm speaking for State Board of Education.
Yeah.
Okay, so cool. So I mean, I know schools individually reach out to parents, but as a resident, I get a lot of mail from schools trying to recruit people, but it'll be great to get mail related to what can get our families back and get them back safely. Additionally, I think the Washington Literacy Center said something like 1 in 4 adults in DC have difficulty with reading or have low literacy, excuse me. So we might actually need some methods, whether it be like the calls or other, or even visual impairments, to make sure that families have equal access to information.
Okay, well, I appreciate that response, and it's very thoughtful on your part. I guess my real concern is that just from these few comments, it's clear to me that we need a more reliable communication system. And that's something that we really should be working on. And we should be asking the school systems to make sure that they have a reliable working system. We do a lot of, OSSI does a lot of surveying and what have you. Seems to me that's something that OSSI needs to take on immediately, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues. So I just wanted to bring that point out. I wanted to ask Mr. Schick, you talked about the need for technology assistance. What would a sufficient school by school program look like?
Thank you for the question. If you wouldn't mind, could I address the earlier point that you made about communication?
Oh yeah, go ahead, sure.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so to your point, OSSI does make administration, parents, teachers, take tons of surveys throughout the course of the year, and even more so during the pandemic. The Panorama survey was issued multiple times, and some parents even, I think, filled it out more than once mistakenly. And a lot of the communications that was being delivered by the superintendents or the chancellor's office, the mayor's office, and OSSI, a lot of those messages either were given either like a wrong date or a wrong time. And if those things are not in sync, and that creates a lot of confusion. And if you have one parent who only looks at one thing, particularly their phone or their mobile device, and that is their main source of internet connectivity, it's going to be harder for them to switch platforms from a mobile app to that of a desktop module. So that's one thing. And then the last thing is that I know that Cardozo, it gave us an opportunity to meet with our parents to have workshops with them and teach them digital literacy. And they would come in with the kids once schools were allowed to open up for more hybrid learning. And that allowed us to open up. So that might be something that you could look to in the future. But with regards to your questions about Octo, again, a lot of this is above my pay grade, but I would say that having one dedicated person to a school would be very, very, very helpful, where students could get answers quickly. If you have parents who come in and they bring in their technology because their kid is learning from home, and they can get that laptop or that mobile device or whatever it is serviced immediately, that would be very, very helpful. But in terms of having something that's more immediate, where you aren't having a hiring wave, that's a very big ask. And I do not know that if this year that can be accomplished, but that could be more of a long-term goal, but it is solvable over a period of time. But if the expectation is that we have it for this year, that might be a little bit tricky.
Oh, thank you very much for your comment. And to President Lyon, I just wanted to talk just a little more about some of the comments that you made. You said, I wondered if you have heard from any of the new teachers, this core of 650, regarding concerns about in-person learning, the opening of the schools.
I have not had an opportunity or the pleasure to hear from our new teachers that will be joining us. And as I've said, it could be upwards of 650, but I have talked to our teachers who are still with us now teaching, and the uncertainty of what is it going to look like when we actually get in the classroom. And like I said, they're eager to get back to be in person, but are we going to continue with the safety and protocols that we had when we returned in February? Because the memorandum of agreement that we have with DC, it ends as of August. It continues throughout the summer, but as soon as the summer school ends in August, that's when our MOA ends. So those same protocols and procedures and ways of keeping teachers safe that we had when we returned to in-person learning in February, teachers want to know that we're going to keep those same protocols and procedures, and possibly add more protocols and procedures based on the Delta variant and possibly the Epsilon variant, knowing that we're going to be returning into classrooms where we're going to have kids who are under the age of 12 who are not vaccinated. And then we're going to have kids and students in certain communities that even though they're over the age of 12, they won't be vaccinated. So what are we going to put in place so that once schools open, they stay open? And
Okay,
those are the
so
concerns for our teachers.
I'm sorry. You're comfortable with the agreement that is currently in place, but you know that it's going to expire.
It's going to expire, and a lot of what we've proposed to DCPS is based on what we've learned just over the last year and a half from the CDC about what actually will keep us safe. Because like we've said, this can change from day to day, moment to moment. And teachers will be going back in less than a month. And so far we have a new MOA in place to safeguard that teachers can go back into the classroom safely.
Okay, so you basically want the current memorandum that's in effect to be renewed for the coming school year?
Not all aspects of it. What we know now is that we have to make sure, based on the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning, that we pay closer attention to the air quality. that's what we have learned over the span of this pandemic, that's what's going to mitigate the spread of this virus. That's some added protocols and procedures that we put into our new proposal. Without getting into details, we're really concerned about air quality. We know now that our teachers had to do a mix of in-person and virtual teaching. We know now that since it has been called for us to go back in person, that we believe and we know that kids learn best if teachers are just focused on in-person learning and not trying to do the virtual learning at the same time. So we have put some proposals in place for that. We've also want to give incentives for both families and teachers to get vaccinated. And those are things that we did not have in the MOA because we did not have a vaccination at that point. So we've made adjustments based on where we are in the pandemic. And so I wish we could say we could keep what we had before, but we know that we've learned a lot and based on research that we have to put in place for the fall.
All right, but you have learned that the HVAC systems in all of the schools have been repaired, modified so that you have clean air coming in and bad air going out, correct?
We want transparency to make sure that that's the case. And that's what we want to work with DCPS on, to make sure that they are transparent and that they release to the public that all of our HVAC systems are up to par. And we also want to put in monitors throughout the school for that the bad air is going in, is going out, and the good air is coming in. So as we've learned, this pandemic has taught us a lot, and there's a lot of changes. So we know that the HVAC system is part of making sure that everyone stays safe, as well as making sure that because our schools have been closed down, that we have safe water too. Because we know that since we haven't been using the pipes and the systems, there could be a collection of lead. So we want transparency and testing for both HVAC and water systems.
All right. Well, thank you very much, President Line. I am way over my time. I realize.
Sorry.
I see. And yeah, well, it was you were giving us answers. So my apologies. And thank you to my colleagues and to the witnesses. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Never blame the witnesses. I want to thank all of the witnesses for their testimony, the time you took. Most of you, I have statements from. Those of you who haven't submitted them, please do so. It's helpful for us to have them. Again, thank you. You all are excused, and I'm going to now call the executive witnesses.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I just had a near-death experience. I was exited from the panel and put in the attendee room. But I'm back, I'm alive. This is who we have. Louis Farabee, the Chancellor, Charlotte Strickland, who's a principal at Hart Middle School, Megan Froman, who's a principal at Ida B. Wells Middle School, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who's the Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board, Patricia Brantley, who's the CEO of Friendship Public Charter Schools, and Sean Hardnett, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Statesman College Preparatory Academy. So why don't we begin with you, Chancellor Farabee. And you didn't seem too concerned when I said I had a near-death experience.
I am very concerned. It's good to see you. Glad all is well and you recovered from your experience. Again, good morning, everyone. Members of the committee as a whole. I am Dr. Louis D. Fairby, Chancellor for the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I appreciate the collaboration and the commitment of the council as we prepare to fully reopen on August 30th with in-person learning for every student. At DCPS, we know what it takes to build great schools. We have seen firsthand the progress that comes when we invest in our students and we support our educators. The pandemic disrupted our way of life, our classrooms, and our ability to nurture our students with in-person learning and care. But it will not disrupt our positive trajectory as a school district. As the fastest improving urban school district in the nation, we know what we're doing is working. But we also know we have more work to do to ensure every student benefits from the transformative power of public education. Our challenge now is to rebuild even stronger than before. Today, I want to provide an update on our plans to operate a safe, joyful, and rigorous learning environment where families can feel confident in the academic, social, and emotional development of their students. DCPS plans for the fall reopening are based on the tremendous work and experience of staff and what they've done to date in welcoming students back to school last year and this summer. With resources and guidance, we know we have what we need to fully reopen safely in the fall. First, let me begin with providing an update on our health and safety planning. To date, we have completed over $5 million in air quality improvements in our schools. This preparation, including installing high-grade HVAC filters that remove bacteria and virus carriers, and adding portable filters that complete air changes every 15 minutes. Installing indoor air quality sensors. Schools will also receive daily enhanced deep cleaning per DC Health protocols. At this time, we are planning to require masks for all students, staff, and visitors. Secondly, I'd like to address our plans for how we're preparing for in-person learning. DCPS hopes and expects the vast majority of our students will attend in-person learning this fall. For the small number of students with medical needs, we will offer a rich virtual environment and have set up a process for families to register in alignment with the OSCE guidelines. We want our students to feel the joy of being back in the classroom and the excitement of a challenging and comprehensive academic curriculum. We will prepare our students for what is next, whether that's the next grade level, higher education, or career. This approach is woven throughout our work and it's how we're planning for the very first days of school and the first few weeks of school, how we are preparing our curriculum, how we will measure progress of our students. We are focused on supporting the whole child. When we say the whole child, what that means is that we will continue to support not only academic achievement, but alongside that, their social and emotional well-being as well. The science is clear. You cannot learn if you feel unsafe, scared, hungry, or stressed. This year, we're investing more funds in mental health supports, small group instruction and tutoring, and creating a new district-wide system to measure and support the well-being and academic progress of our students. As we prepare to open our buildings and classrooms in the fall, we're also in the midst of continued trust building with our families and staff. We know there's a disparity in how our communities of color feel about returning to in-person learning compared to our white communities. To that end, we are intentionally leveraging school-level engagement where confidence is built through listening and honest dialogue. For example, LaSalle Baptist hosted listening sessions and Our Doors Are Open sessions for parents and caregivers. Phelps held a listening session to address questions from families to hear their concerns about returning to in-person learning. And Null had a SummerSlam field day for students to get reacquainted with school. And throughout the summer, schools are also hosting events, building tours for families to enroll, get vaccinated, and also to ask questions. As I close, I'd like to briefly update the council on the success of our summer programming. In addition to our traditional summer offerings, every DCPS school is currently hosting fun and enriching summer acceleration academies focused both on social emotion development and learning supports for our students. In sum, we have over 14,000 students that have enrolled in our summer learning designed to meet students where they are and also to give them a strong sense of belonging with one-on-one and small group instruction. To share more about what our students and families will experience this fall, I am joined by two principals who will share what our vision looks like in their school community. It's my pleasure at this time to turn to Principal Strickland, who leads proudly Hart Middle School.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Principal Charlotte Strickland. I am the proud principal of Hart Middle School in Ward 8. I am going into my 8th year as principal at Hart Middle School. We are excited to welcome our families back to school this summer and next school year. To ensure everyone feels safe and confident, we are hosting Parent Cafe events in our school community where caregivers will have the opportunity to enroll, meet their teachers, and ask questions about next school year. Our health and safety protocols will include continuous health screenings and cleaning enhancements, which have been proven successful this summer. We are offering building tours to ensure our families can see our plan in action and to see that we are ready to open safely. We will also continue to share resources on vaccinations as a part of our community engagement work. And I'll also add that we are one of the schools who are undergoing a small cap project to improve the HVAC system at our school. This summer, we'll also be meeting with families in person to develop individual student academic acceleration plans. Our goal is to reopen stronger than before by bringing the tools and lessons learned from last school year to reimagine how Hart can meet the need of our students and families. Our theme for this school year is grace, gratitude, and grit. Buckle up, let's soar. During our first week, we have developed a school-wide interdisciplinary unit that will focus on building student efficacy and addressing our students' social emotional needs. We have developed an academic team building activity through our partnership with Terrapin Ventures to allow our students and staff to build camaraderie and problem solve in support of building positive relationships. The joy factor has always been one of our core values at Hart Middle School, and that joy is led by our students and actualized by our staff. Celebrations happen every single day at Hart Middle School, and this year we're excited to celebrate even bigger as we show our students how happy we are to see them in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Principal Vroman?
Yes, good morning. My name is Principal Megan Vroman, and I serve as the principal of Ida B. Wells Middle School in Ward 4. At Wells, we are meticulously planning to meet the ever-changing social, emotional, and academic needs of our scholars. Despite the many obstacles our students have faced in the last year, we are steadfast in ensuring our school environment remains filled with high expectations and that each scholar is equipped with the tools necessary to uphold our core values of love, grow, and serve. We want each of our scholars to develop the self-efficacy to be successful in their high school academic careers and beyond, and remain committed to nurturing the whole child. As a result, with the assistance of our local school advisory team, we decided to invest some of our ESSER funds in the expansion of our wellness team, which included adding school counselors and social emotional learning coaches to our team for the upcoming school year. We are excited to continue our commitment to school enrichment model clusters, which allows scholars to engage in self-selected, interest-based groups which juxtapose the importance of social activism with everyday interests. This past school year, we partnered with CityBridge to create high-intensity tutoring plan as members of their inaugural design sprint. As a result of this work, we will be partnering with Higher Achievement to create small group and one-on-one instructional opportunities for our scholars with the greatest needs, both during and after school. This past year, led by our school psychologists, we constructed a guide for our teachers to support our new system of holistic and timely assessments of the academic, social, and emotional progress of our students through our multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS. We will measure our progress using the MTSS dashboard, a real-time indicator for our staff of each student's academic and social emotional competencies. We recognize what a pivotal time middle school is for each of our scholars developmentally and are excited to welcome our scholars back into the building. We remain committed to the wellness of our scholars while ambitiously finding joyful, innovative ways to remediate and accelerate the growth of our incredible scholars. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Vroman. Dr. Michelle Walker Davis.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's school reopening roundtable. My name is Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I am joined today by Patricia Brantley, CEO of the Friendship Public Charter School, and Shorin Hardnett, Founder and Executive Director of Statesman College Preparatory Academy for Boys Public Charter School. And they will offer unique perspectives from the charter school sector. I want to start off my testimony by recognizing the incredibly hard work of teachers, staff, and school leaders this past year. There were unprecedented challenges, and they always stepped up to the task and put families first. I also want to recognize students and their families for their resilience. This year was particularly difficult for families in communities hit hardest by the pandemic, but our students persevered and continued to show up to learn. As we look to the upcoming school year, our expectations remain that schools open 5 days a week for full-time in-person instruction. Charter LEAs have been working hard for months to make this a reality. They've upgraded HVAC systems, hosted vaccine clinics, procured additional space, hired more staff, and held community conversations to build trust in both the vaccine and the safety of school buildings. As we speak, many schools are hosting summer school, providing tutoring or other on-site activities to rebuild relationships and make up for lost learning. Families, teachers, and students are looking forward to returning to their buildings soon, and we are committed to seeing this through. That said, charter LEAs faced many challenges as the beginning of the school year approaches, but we have full confidence in our schools and the city to rise to the occasion. Our LEAs have laid out how they plan to overcome these barriers in the continuous education plans they submitted to OSSE a few weeks ago. OSSE is currently reviewing them. We know that most of our LEAs plan to provide high dosage tutoring to those students who need it. Most also plan to hire more staff to meet the increased need and provide more support to students and families. Schools have also planned for the aspects of the school year which will be less predictable. All schools have laid out their ideas for providing instruction to students who meet medical exemptions, but as of now, they do not know the total number of students who will qualify for those exemptions. They have contingency plans, but until they know the extent to which it is needed, they need to be nimble and flexible on implementation. In addition, there are still concerns about ensuring that students receive all the necessary immunizations before the first day of school. Many families live in communities with limited health resources, and there will be students who have not had the opportunity to get up-to-date vaccinations and immunizations. This is a challenge the entire city needs to face and address. Many items addressed in the budget will go a long way to mitigate these challenges and make education more equitable. In addition to increasing the uniform per student funding formula, the mental health investments will make a real difference in the lives of students, families, and educators. Providing teachers access to mental health resources through the Department of Behavioral Health will allow more of their needs to be met. And when teachers feel supported, they're in a much better place to support students. Expanding the school-based mental health program will also go a long way to meet the multitude of students' mental health needs, which the pandemic exacerbated. Ensuring that schools have at least one mental health clinician is the bare minimum needed to support our students after this unprecedented year. We hope mental health investments continue to be a priority in the coming years. While addressing the social emotional needs of students and ensuring they feel welcome back will be the top priorities on the first day of school, public charter LEAs are also preparing to address learning loss this year and in the coming years. LEAs are partnering with community-based organizations to provide tutoring, hire more staff, and extend school days in order to provide students with all the help and enrichment they need. Public charter schools are hubs of innovation and creativity, and our schools plan to use those strengths to help students recover from the pandemic and to create an education system which is more equitable. In addition, we appreciate the proposed stabilization funds which adult, early childhood, and residential schools have access to in order to make their budgets whole. These schools continue to experience unpredictable enrollment as the pandemic wanes. Given the importance of these schools to the district and its residents, the investments will assure that these campuses continue to offer robust, creative, and unique programming to their communities. Lastly, this pandemic is teaching us many lessons about how we can use online learning going forward, and it is presenting unique situations that we're working through in real time. We know that there is a small subset of students who thrived during distance learning, and there are families who have desired to continue with this model. Permanent online or hybrid learning options could benefit self-motivated students who work at a rapid pace and those who are overaged and undercredited who need flexibility in order to work and fully meet family responsibilities. To meet those needs and desires, there are 4 LEAs seeking charter amendments to offer substantive, permanent virtual programming, separate and apart from their response to the pandemic. For example, KIPP DC has applied to offer a virtual program for up to 280 students this year and is interested in opening a standalone campus similar to Friendship Online in school year 22-23. Maya Angelou seeks to offer a hybrid learning option for many of their students who have needs and responsibilities above and beyond the average K-12 student. In addition to these plans and others, adult public charter schools will offer a variety of programs in a hybrid format to provide the flexibility so many of those students need. We applaud all our LEAs for learning lessons during the pandemic and applying them going forward. This is especially true for adult LEAs who will meet their learners where they are and tailor their programs to the circumstances of life for those with jobs and families. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. Patricia Brantley from Friendship Public Charter Schools. And you're muted.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Pat Brantley, and I'm the CEO of Friendship Public Charter School. I thank you for inviting me to this roundtable and for making time to hear from public school leaders in the district on proposed plans to return in-person instruction full-time 5 days a week for the 21-22 school year. Today, I'm speaking to you from the Friendship Tech Prep High School, where hundreds of families have opted to send their children in person this summer. These students are here every day, and we also have hybrid options. In fact, across Friendship campuses, we have nearly 20% more students from preschool to 12th grade participating in person than the last time that we had normal summer programs in 2019. It is here at Friendship Tech Prep and on each of our campuses in 5 wards across the city that we have already developed and begun to execute a plan to ensure all students are able to safely return to in-person learning with input from teachers, school leaders, families, and experts in air quality, nursing, health, and mental supports. We have heard from students that they are eager to return to school and from families that if they have trust in a comprehensive reopening plan that ensures their children's safety, they're eager to send their children back. And we all know this eagerness to return fully to in-person learning is driven by a measurable need. The majority of students need in-person to ensure they receive the highest quality education, to have their social emotional needs met, and to continue the relationships that help them thrive and grow. The words of a Friendship Low Pierce parent have never left my thoughts. She said, "I am grateful for friendship. My son needs to learn face to face, but he must be safe. He needs the connection and guidance from his teachers, and so I thank you for making a way for him to continue learning in school." With the balance of my time today, I want to share high-level but specific elements of our comprehensive plan for a safe reopening, a status update on priorities, and a clear set of requests for councils to support a safe return to school for all students this fall. The bottom line is we are currently serving at Friendship over 1,200 of our 4,500 students in person for summer programming, and we are ready to safely welcome back 100% of students full-time in the fall. Our comprehensive plan for a safe reopening contains the following elements: health and safety, learning acceleration, social emotional well-being, community engagement and communication, staff recruitment, development and support, student enrollment, distance learning, and contingency planning. As I don't have time to go into detail on each element, I will share highlights from priority areas, but know that our full plan with all elements is available publicly. Number one, health and safety. Before we can educate children, they must be safe. The same is true for our educators and staff. Friendship is following all CDC, Department of Health, OSCE, and other guidance. We first engaged a leading expert to assess air quality and provide a plan of action that included upgrading every HVAC system, increasing to MERV 13 filters, and installing air cleaners in our classrooms and office spaces. The expert that we engaged is well versed in this work as they help to mobilize the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Engineering's Epidemic Task Force. We also engaged with the charter board's health expert to walk through our buildings and assess our processes and protocols and help us refine our plan of action. The third leg of the work was engaging with CORE, a global crisis and response and relief organization, and local nurses to set up an asymptomatic COVID testing process in all of our schools, and to do that weekly for students and staff. Finally, in matters of health and safety, we have taken the guidance of our staff and our families for what they feel will make them feel safe. And our key mitigation strategies that came from them are masking, testing, distancing, outdoor learning, cleaning, screening, and other key strategies. Number two, on learning acceleration. We understand that returning to in-person instruction does not mean just going back to running the same programs we had in the past. We must leverage what we learned during the pandemic. With this in mind, at all of our campuses, which span wards 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, we have hired a team of acceleration members who will focus on individual, small group, and co-teaching opportunities. The hiring of this team means that there are 50 additional instructional staff members who can focus on those kids who need the most help. We are also designing and piloting a high-dosage tutoring initiative. We'll start at 2 campuses, Armstrong in Ward 5, Will Pierce in Ward 7, and expand across our sites as we build efficacy and impact. In addition to our instructional support that we provide during the day, all Friendship students will have access to after-school programming that provides homework assistance and more tutoring. At our elementary and middle levels, classroom content teachers partner with our extended school staff to deliver tutoring support. At high school, we've got online programs, self-paced programs, and twice-a-week tutoring sessions hosted by teachers. In terms of social and emotional well-being and support, we have re-engineered our supports through a comprehensive multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, that builds on our previous work with new staff joining, mental health clinicians and counselors on site. We will have social workers, school psychologists, guidance workers, and others trained to recognize and address mental health needs, while also implementing restorative practices and supportive measures. We are also aware that mental health supports must extend to our staff. And so we've added wellness days and supports directly for our employees. On number 4, virtual contingency planning. We are preparing for a virtual contingency plan of action that ensures students have access to technology at school and at home, with teachers, curricula, and online offerings, so their learning continues to keep pace with their in-person peers, and all students have access to a robust academic programming if they have to be out of in-person school. We are also leveraging our nonprofit authorized full-time online school for elementary, middle, and high school to ensure that students with medical exemptions have access to an approved and proven option. I do want to assure you that our school is nonprofit. We do buy services from a number of vendors who are both nonprofit and for-profit, but that is true of every school in the district. If you or a community member would like to learn more, I welcome an opportunity to show what we are doing and how it is organized. To the last point, in order to support our plan and increase the likelihood that we will be successful executing on it, I respectfully ask that Council consider making the following commitments. One, working collaboratively with the DME and OSCE to help families have access to the medical supports that they need, which include immunization access, COVID-19 vaccine access, and other medical services that are proving to be a barrier for some of our families. Two, LEAs need access to space to utilize if and when a situation arises that it is needed, especially if health guidance changes and we need space at community centers or other district sites that are close to school. Council needs to continue to look at the infrastructure to ensure that access to the internet is high quality and reliable to households in DC, but especially in Ward 7 and 8. Finally, a systematic campaign regarding school reopening, vaccinations, and immunizations. If we want children back in school in the fall, families will need to hear a consistent drumbeat from leaders across our community that schools are ready to open safely and that families will be able to count on their children's school being open 5 days a week for all students. With your help and support, we will go beyond getting back to normal. Normal didn't work for all or even most students. To borrow a phrase, with your help, we will build back better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. Sean Hardnett.
Thank you all for convening. My name is Sean Hardnett. I'm the CEO and founder of Statesman College Preparatory Academy for Boys. I will offer a very brief set of statements and then be open for questions, really to appreciate your questions. I don't think I can add very much to what Dr. Walker Davis has stated about what is happening in the sector. And certainly with Pat Brantley, we've learned a lot about what all of us are moving forward with. My major opening statement is just a note of thanks. A note of thanks and congratulations to this city, to the leadership in this city, this council, and the education community across this city, who's worked so collaboratively over the last more than a year to make sure that we took care of our children. And I just really feel good about that in light of the fact that I participate in a number of cohorts, PLCs with leaders from many cities, many regions across the United States. And what has happened in Washington, DC is unique. It did not happen in any other region where leaders I am working with. So I'm just very proud to be doing this work in Washington, DC, where we have been so well supported. That said, we fully intend to open in person. We have already started in-person programming and started as soon as we could to bring students back into the building. As most folks know, we are a program that focuses deeply on relationships. And we know that our students, Black and Brown boys in Ward 7 and Ward 8 middle school, have benefited significantly from in-person learning, from collaborating with their teachers, but also with their peers. We also spend an enormous amount of time talking to our boys, but also talking to their families about what their needs are, what they have been experiencing, and ways in which we can support them. And we have been able to be nimble and swift in responding. And I think that some of what happened this year has supported us in doing so. And I think that level of flexibility needs to continue. Relationships matter. But I also want to say, as something that has already been raised, we have to be very thoughtful. I think Pat Brantley already raised this issue. But we have always had it as an issue in front of us that the adults who do the work they have to be frontline in our attempts to support the mental health and we call it comprehensive well-being of our students. Very simply, the analysis that we did is through talking to counselors all over the United States is that a good therapist, a good counselor, can work with 8 to 12 intense cases at any given time. With what has happened in our families, what will that number be, when folks go back into school? And so the reality is we will not be able to support that. What we can do, what we do know, however, is that a happy teacher makes a happy classroom. And so if we can double down on the support that we offer in the space of mental health wellness to teachers and other adults who are doing the work in the building every day, we stand a chance to increase their capacity to deal with what's coming in the door. And we have found that to be very true in the work that we've done here at Statesman. Finally, I will say it's just going to be very important that we get a little bit more support around everything that is associated with immunity. We learned in April when we intended to open up just how far behind immunizations and other such documentation was, and ended up having to push out an additional 3 weeks before we were able to be open with at least 50 kids in, because only 3 were ready, despite our many attempts to pull documentation together. Then everybody needed to make a rush on the doctor's office, and that took 3-4 weeks to get that taken care of. And so we're going to need additional support and help. We are talking to our families. We regularly talk to our families. Every single week we are conducting online town halls, in addition to the fact that every single family in our building is in a small group of 5 families or less that are under the purview of one staff member who calls every week, make sure that they have the information that they need, because we know that getting information to them has been difficult in these times. But we've kept that communication up, and those relationships have kept us strong. But we're going to need support in making sure that the information about what is happening with regards to immunizations and vaccinations is available to our parents. And we are doing a lot of work to support our families as they go through a series of emotions around their readiness to vaccinate themselves, but also vaccinate their children. About a quarter of our students are actually 12, and we are working very hard to get those parents to consider vaccinations. A very small percentage of them are right now. We've had doctors come on and do town halls on several occasions to speak to them. We've had them reach out to individuals individually. And it has been a really, really difficult time. And we all know that the more vaccination that exists in schools, the better off we will all be. So with that, I will wind up by just saying again, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so proud to be a part of this community during this time, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hartnett. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you would submit that.
I did not have a statement. I was asked to be just a part of the panel.
Okay, all right. We're going to have at least one round of questions from council members, possibly 2 rounds. I have a lot of questions. I want to thank all the witnesses, but especially the 2 principals and the 2 CEOs, because you ordinarily don't come down and testify, and so it's I appreciate your time. I'm going to begin with several questions for the Chancellor. I think the first question I have for the Chancellor is, in his testimony, Fraser O'Leary asked a number of questions. First, when our children and school employees enter the buildings this fall, what safety measures will be in place that were different than at the end of the school year, end of the last school year? Second, in our secondary schools, what procedures are in place as far as vaccinations go? Third, will it be mandatory for all school personnel to be vaccinated? I'm not so much looking at answers to those questions, Chancellor, but rather why is a member of the school board asking those questions? Because it says to me that the messaging, the communication is not as good as it needs to be. Chancellor?
Yeah, I think where we are now, we should recognize that in the COVID environment, it is not a static environment, it is fluid. And as we've heard from DC Health and the national officials around managing and mitigating the spread of COVID-19, is that our protocols and the science and what we know around COVID will shift as it has shifted throughout last school year and over the summer, and we'll anticipate more changes. Most recently, specifically, the CDC issue new guidance for schools that I know DC Health is currently evaluating and will provide additional guidance to DC Health. So I wish we were in an environment where we would have protocols that wouldn't change, but that's just not the scenario that we're in right now. And we want to be responsive as situation evolves. So what we're sharing is what we know today, and that is we anticipate all of our students, staff, and visitors wearing face masks and face coverings next school year. We're continuing to a very layered approach of our HVAC systems, our PPE protocols, sanitizing stations, our screening, all will be in place next school year. I think there's more detailed questions that were raised around vaccinations, social distancing and the like that are still under review by DC Health, and we anticipate having more information. And as a parent, I understand the frustration that many people want hard and fast information that doesn't shift, but we're just not in that environment, and what we know about COVID and the science continues to evolve.
Well, I appreciate that answer, but, or maybe I don't appreciate that answer. The questions, again, that Dr. O'Leary asked were, what safety measures will be in place?
So we've communicated all of our health and safety measures that have been in place this past school year and what we anticipate.
Yeah, but my question was, why is he asking that question if it's been communicated? Because I think it was striking that there aren't a lot of witnesses at this hearing, but of the witnesses, to the extent that there were any concerns or anxiety expressed, it was about DCPS, not about the charters. I think that's kind of interesting. And there are questions that are being asked, which if there was effective communication, maybe those questions wouldn't be asked. Dr. O'Leary said, why is it that as of the 22nd of July, there is not a full-scale media blitz letting parents and students know about what is going to happen on the first day of school? I think that's really what I'm getting at is, and I'm starting off with you, Chancellor, because the testimony really is focused on DCPS. Communication seems to be an issue here. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So what I heard from Mr. O'Leary, who's been a longtime DCPS advocate, is there's a thirst for information, and we do regularly communicate with our families in a number of different ways, whether that's via email, that is text messages they receive, robocalls, social media, our website. So we're constantly sending out information. I think what I heard more importantly is, they want to know what to expect come August. And we share what we know to date, but the challenge has been is that situation continue to evolve, and there's new guidance that's introduced that needs to be evaluated and protocols need to be established. So there may be some uncertainty that he's expressing around exactly what families should expect come August, and what we've communicated is what we know to date.
Well, it does bring to mind, and I'm not sure who I'm directing this to, to you in part, Chancellor, but maybe to the education leaders in the government who are not here, Asi and the Deputy Mayor. Shannon Hodges' comment about the complexity of implementing changing public health guidance. Maybe we're at a point where even though things aren't absolutely certain what it's going to be like in the fall, that there is some guidance that we can give that will be firm, like no question about it. Everyone's going to be required to wear a mask. Doesn't matter what CDC says in August, September, everyone's going to be required to wear a mask. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah. It's a great example. Is one that I've communicated today. We stand by that families should expect both students, staff, and visitors to be required to wear masks next school year. I think that's pretty clear at this point.
Yes, I was using that as an example of where maybe the crafting of guidance should be with the thought of it not changing for a while. And there's more than just simply masking that's at issue there. I had another question for you, Chancellor, and that is about working with the WTU. The testimony that we got was that DCPS has been slow in working with WTU. Apparently there was some communication or suggestion, offer, negotiation, I'm not quite sure what, a month and a half ago. And only today is DCPS coming back.
Yeah, I'd love to respond to that. So I appreciate that question and the topic. Also, I think it's important to recognize Deanna Forrester's comments about our engagement with all of our unions. We have committed to biweekly meetings where we raise a number of different topics, seek feedback. And as she suggested and indicated, that I've been a part of those discussions. So it's disappointing to hear from the Washington Teachers Union that they don't feel like they've been actively engaged, but we'll continue to do all that we can to foster that relationship. Specifically with their proposal, we received their proposal to us on a revised MOA on July 1st. It's a 14-page document with several very detailed points that we needed to review to provide a thorough response. We're providing that response today in hopes that we can continue to have dialogue about what's the path forward for a safe reopening for our families. And again, we communicate regularly policy decisions, get feedback from our labor leaders through our biweekly meetings. And as shared previously, is something that I've committed to. And we've also previewed any considerations with them that occurred in April and May. And again, that'll be a part of our ongoing discussion and dialogue with all of our labor leaders.
Well, will communication or meetings or discussions move more quickly? I think you just said that you'd received something from WTU July 1st. Today is July 22nd. That's 3 weeks later. School's opening in what, a month?
Correct. So we received a very detailed document that had a number of very detailed points. We're meeting with them today, and they will receive a response from us today on the items that they've noted. And as we've done in the past, if we need to, accelerate our meeting time and have multiple meetings, we will commit to meeting around the clock to ensure that we have ongoing meaningful discussions about the topics raised.
So I'm looking at the WTU Vice President Bell's statement, and it again speaks to communication. The WTU has asked DCPS to use a combination of CO2 monitors, filters, and air cleaners in order to reduce the risk of transmission of this airborne virus in our schools. And we've asked DCPS to publish information on the repairs they've made and data showing that the air in our school buildings is safe. DCPS and DGS should be making data points available to the public, demonstrating that the air our students and school-based staff are breathing is safe. The emphasis here being on making this information public, and that the teachers union, but not just the teachers union, the teachers and parents who are concerned can know what was done to repair or improve and what the data looks like.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we've done a lot of work on air quality over the summer. I know that Chief Davis is available. He can speak directly to CO2 monitoring, which we're doing. As I mentioned earlier, we've established a strong protocol of updating our filters to ensure that we remove any bacteria or virus carriers. We also have our portable filters in our classrooms that complete air changes every 15 minutes. And again, we also have our air quality sensors I referenced earlier. So there are a number of mitigating strategies as relates to air quality that the district is implementing. And we're happy to be as transparent as possible around how those tools are operating and then installation of any filters.
I appreciate that commitment, but again, if Patrick Davis is available here, it's at a hearing, and meanwhile, folks at schools want to know. And that's really what the point was that folks at schools don't know. I'm over my time. I'm going to ask my colleagues, because Councilmember Che has another commitment. If she's still here, I hope colleagues will let her go next, and then I'll go back to the regular order. Councilmember Che.
Thank you very much. And no one seemed to indicate objection, so I'll take that, as you do, Mr. Chairman, as a unanimous opinion. Thank you for letting me go early. I just have a few questions because I'm sure the rest of them will be covered. I do want to follow up on one thing, though, that the chairman was discussing about air quality. You say we have these sensors. What do they sense?
Yeah, so I believe Chief Davis was invited into the discussion, and so I'm going to give him an opportunity to expound on a number of the topics I raised, more specifically the air quality sensors and also the filters and air changes that we made.
Thanks, Chancellor, and good afternoon, Councilmember Che. So we have 10 air quality sensors in every single one of our buildings, and they are testing continuously for CO2, particulate matter, TVOCs, humidity, and temperature. And those are being fed on a continuous basis to a third-party mechanical engineering firm that we've hired that's been on the ASHRAE task force.
So let me interrupt you because I don't want to be confused by this. So they don't sense whether there's active virus in the air. They just sense.
Correct. There is no active, there's no monitor that actually tests for COVID in the air. What it's doing is there are some known facts about how general viruses like COVID, influenza, and other viruses, how they can actually transport in the air. So what these are doing are tracking the key particulates and conditions that make any sort of virus live better and transport easier in a classroom. So your humidity range should be between 40 and 60% in a room. Particulate matter is something that actually the virus latches onto and travels in the classroom. So each one of those things tells us different things about the room. So if particulate matter is elevated, that tells us the filtration needs to be impacted. CO2 tells us we need more ventilation. So it's really informative data, but there is no test for COVID in the air.
Okay, I was curious what the sensor sensed, but back to the Chancellor. Are there going to be any vaccination pop-ups, particularly at the high schools or the middle schools where students can get vaccinated, but even, with respect to teachers, both for COVID and perhaps even regular immunizations when students have not yet arranged to get those required immunizations from their own physicians?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Che. And again, good afternoon for that question. Yes, we're excited that we've recently announced the launch of additional sites in partnership with the Office of the Mayor and DC Health, which includes utilizing our current sites in Anacostia High School, Ida Wells, and Dorothy Height, Benning Library. And also we are utilizing our 6 schools that have community-based healthcare clinics, which include Cardozo, H.D. Woodson, Roosevelt, Dunbar, Ballew, and again, Anacostia. And then we're also adding additional 15 campuses as well to that list. So a total of 21 sites that families will have access to, and families can receive both pediatric immunizations and also the COVID vaccine. Again, it's also available to residents across the city. It's important to note when signing up for the pediatric immunizations, we ask that there be a slot or appointment time being made because we do need some historical context on the student's shot record and where they are with their immunization so we can successfully administer any shots that are out of date at this time. So that is in process. And again, we are communicating that in all channels to ensure that families are aware of these opportunities available to them.
Okay, to add to that, I don't know if Wilson High School is on your list. It's physically based in Ward 3, but it has a very wide catchment area, and it's the largest high school in the district. So are they going to be one of the sites that you're going to be at?
I don't know exactly if Wilson will be on the list, but we will ensure we'll communicate the need if there is a desire to have Wilson on the list. I know Deal Middle School is a site which is right next door. So we believe that Deal will have the capacity to serve residents in that area.
And parents will have to make an appointment?
So for the COVID vaccine, there's no appointment necessary. We'll just walk up. However, we encourage families to go to vaccinatedc.gov to get information on appointments because it's just easier and more efficient for us to have some context on the student, especially as it relates to the childhood immunizations, because we do need information on the student shot record.
Okay, and then going back to, and we have had discussions about this to some extent, so that I'm sure I understand this. In terms of what will be happening inside the classroom, there'll be no testing as the students come in, because that seems to be not efficacious.
Yeah, so we will not have testing as a requirement for entry to school as relates to COVID. We do have our no shots, no school protocol. So by the 20th day for a student, students should have their pediatric immunizations complete. And then we will also have daily COVID screenings. We will maintain that protocol for the upcoming school year. And then we will also have some form of asymptomatic testing as well. And we are looking for further guidance from DC Health on all the protocols for asymptomatic testing.
What will the daily screenings be? What is that?
So for example, we check for symptoms. There are a set of questions that are asked of students, staff, and visitors as well to ensure that we're aware of any travel, any health conditions, and we call it our Ask, Look protocol, where we ask families to do that at home as well and as they enter the school buildings.
And should there be an instance of COVID in the classroom, teacher, student, or whatever, what happens to that person, and then what happens to the class that they're in? Does everybody have to quarantine?
Yeah, so anytime an individual tests positive for COVID, there is a protocol for them to quarantine, and there's a contact tracing protocol as well in partnership with DC Health. As relates to quarantining of other individuals, the CDC has recently released new guidance on that DC Health is evaluating, and we're looking forward to receiving more information on the guidance that will come as relates to how that will work here in DCPS and DC.
Okay, so we don't know that yet, but I assume we'll find out soon. But whatever we know, I assume that parents will be advised if some child or the teacher has tested positive. I wanted to ask also about, because in fact, I have a question for the Mayor Council call on Friday about this. And in fact, Councilmember Henderson brought this up with one of the witnesses, I believe. What is the situation with respect to travel? And if you go to a jurisdiction that may have, a surge in the variant or what have you, what happens when the family comes back or the student comes back from travel? What's the protocol there for them to return to school?
So the current protocol on the travel guidance is that if any individual leaves the region, which includes the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia, and they're unvaccinated, they should quarantine for a period of time once returning back to the district.
Okay, so that would be like a week. I don't know, something, they'll be out of school for a week?
Yeah, so the quarantine time period varies, so it will depend on whether or not they get a test. If they do not get a test, it's typically 7 to 10 days.
Okay, and during that period, because this is, I think really that this is inevitable that such a thing will happen, what happens to the student in terms of continuation of learning?
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that the quarantine protocols will likely shift because there's new guidance from the CDC on quarantining. So we anticipate that will shift some. We in the past have provided students the opportunity to learn remotely when they've either tested positive or need to quarantine. We anticipate providing that same approach. However, as noted by President Pogulayan, it has been challenging for us to offer both a in-person learning and remote learning experience live in a simulcast model simultaneously. So we will limit the use of that model, and there will be instances in which a student may learn remotely, but do so asynchronously if they are quarantining or have test positive.
Okay, and my time is up, and again, I thank my colleagues for letting me go. I do have other questions, which I assume they will take up, much of it having to do with how we're going to evaluate where our students are, what kind of assistance we will give them as needed. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Next is Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, is Ossie here? Is Ossie here for questions?
No, they're not.
Okay. Well, Chancellor Fairby, I guess you're going to get Ossie questions, and we'll see what happens there. I do think Ossie should be here as a state education agency for a hearing on returning to school. Chancellor Fairby, I want to get to, I'll start with the earlier, Marquita Bryant gave very moving testimony about the stress and concerns caused by the Ossie form for getting access to virtual learning. The form says, quote, the student identified has the following physical or mental health conditions, which requires the student to participate in distance learning. I brought this up with the executive at our Friday executive call before. Did Ossie or DCPS consult with physicians on this language? Because we're hearing from physicians that this isn't the recommended language. So do you know if Ossie or yourself consulted with physicians on this language?
So first, good afternoon, Councilmember Louis George. Good to see you. And my understanding is that there were consultations with local pediatrics and experts in the field as relates to the development of the form. However, I cannot speak to the details around the development, as that was a Office of State Superintendent Education exercise.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Is it safe for students with asthma to attend in-person school? Have any doctors decided that require virtual learning?
So it would be inappropriate for me to speak with that level of detail without the medical expertise to speak to asthma. I do know that asthma is a consideration. I think it's the severity of the illness or asthma that would drive the physician's determination of whether or not remote learning is required for a particular student. So when a physician completes the form and indicates that remote learning is required for the student, we review the form to validate that the physician has indicated that appropriately, and then the student will have access to remote learning.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, I think what we're hearing is if some are saying yes, it's required, and some are saying no, that's a problem, and it feels unfair to me. I know why are we only exempting the students themselves with medical concerns? What about those with family members who are immunocompromised? Is this safe?
Yeah, I can't speak to that particular issue. I think it would be best appropriate for the health team from Ossie to speak to the policies around the health form.
Okay, let me ask you this then. How many students have submitted forms saying they require virtual? Can we get a breakdown by LEA in school? And then how many students have submitted forms and been denied virtual, like what happened with Ms. Bryant?
Yeah, so we have 19 students that have submitted a form that has been approved. I don't have the specific on any that may have submitted, some have been denied.
Okay, so we have 19 students out of how many?
Actually, so 38. So we had 38 submitted, 19 approved, 19 denied.
Okay, so that's 38 students out of all of DCPS?
That is correct.
Okay, and 19 of those students have been denied. And do we know, have they been denied because of that required language?
I don't know exactly for each student. I would assume that it would vary. I know in the one situation that we were speaking to earlier, the form was modified. So my sense is that there were some issues around the form that the physician may have not indicated the right information, something was missing, or the form was modified would be the primary reasons in which they were not approved.
Okay. Is it because what I'm hearing from parents is that when their children are denied this process, then they also are being, they basically have no other options left at this point. And so if you're working on DC Health with this, when will that decision be ready?
Say that again. I'm not sure I'm tracking your question.
When will you all have a decision on this required, non-required language?
So the form has been finalized. So I don't think there's a question about the form, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, so there's no room to move that language around, because you're leaving parents like Ms. Bryant with no option. Their child has the potential of losing their seat in school, we're hearing, for the next fall year, for the next school year, and then in-person school year. And then we're also hearing that they can be helped with truancy. So there's just no other options for a parent like Ms. Bryant, whose child has an underlying health condition at this moment.
We have received no indication that the form will be modified, but I would defer to Asi on any questions about the medical form.
Okay, I'm gonna move on and hope we can talk to Asi before the school year starts. On the asymptomatic testing, the DCPS update on health, safety, and virtual learning for school year 21-22 posted on June 7th says, quote, additional information about asymptomatic, I'm sorry, I keep saying that, testing will be shared over the summer. Has this update already been shared with families and teachers and students?
We have not. As I shared earlier, we recently received updated information from the CDC that includes recommendation on asymptomatic testing. So that's currently being reviewed by DC Health and Asi, and we'll receive more guidance that we can share with families about asymptomatic testing. We did have asymptomatic testing like school year, which included regular testing of students that have a consent form completed by their parent or guardian.
Okay, because we're 5 weeks out. So will that be ready for the start of school?
Yes, it will be ready for the start of school. We anticipate having a quick turnaround on the recent CDC guidance that was provided. But again, I want to reiterate the point that this may not be the last time that the CDC provides updated guidance. And this is a very fluid situation. And so we're just not in a static situation where things are not going to change. But we anticipate as early as next week, we would have the updated guidance from DC Health and Asi.
Okay, let me go to some more questions that are outstanding for parents that I'm getting. Cafeteria. Students in first grade and above will eat in the cafeteria. There's been some concern sort of what that looks like. Why is this? We've heard questions like from parents saying that that seems particularly dangerous in terms of mixing students in classes that otherwise would be in closed cohorts. Could you say more about what's happening with cafeterias, especially those students in the first grade and above eating in the cafeteria together and the mixing of cohorts?
Yeah, so again, this is another topic that is addressed in the CDC guidance. So I anticipate that will evolve as we've gotten new information on cafeteria and lunch. However, we are providing schools a number of different options. So we're working with school leaders on when they can have lunch in the classroom and accommodating that space, also maximizing outdoor space for lunch as well, in addition to the cafeteria.
Okay, there's a lot of outstanding things, and we're 5 weeks out and we don't know, and we're waiting on the CDC. And this is where the communication issue with parents are saying, so principals can have their kids eat outside if they want to, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so we work with each school leader on their safety plan, which can include having meals outside, but also will include the use of the cafeteria with social distancing. And as you mentioned earlier, lunch in the classroom. I think one of the concerns to share as it relates to lunch in the cafeteria versus the classroom is that it presents some challenges with staffing and coverage to have all of our students eat lunch from the classroom. We want to be sure that we abide by the collective bargaining standards we've established with teachers around lunch.
I hear you, and that is my second question. The June 7th update says social distancing should be followed to the extent feasible. What does that mean in practice? Is DCPS reducing any class sizes? What guidance are you providing for principals and teachers to interpret this to the extent feasible?
Yeah, so, the CDC guidance, I want to be really clear, states that schools should not prevent maximizing in-person experiences in the spirit of social distancing. So what we have interpreted that to mean is that we should social distance to the extent possible with expecting all of our students to be in person. What that will look like is each school has done an assessment of their environment to determine how far we can social distance, and that means students will be as far apart as possible, and that will be dictated by the space, the enrollment of the school, the size of the room, etc.
Okay.
And I want to go back to in the opening comments in my testimony, just reiterating the point around the school tours, because this is one way in which we give families very specific and real examples of what to expect in the building. And so we would hope the council will also support us in encouraging families to participate, because they get a first hand view of what to expect in a classroom, what it looks like in the building in this socially distant environment.
Yeah, and I'm going to do that. I'm supposed to be at the Whittier school tour right now, but I'm here and I'm going to try to run over there afterwards. So we have been doing that. I think my time is up, Chairman. I'm going to ask for one more round, if possible, please. Thank you.
Yeah, there will be another round. I'm not sure if it'll be 10 minutes, but we'll see. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask a clarifying question to the last statement that you made to Councilmember Lewis George? You said that we won't have another round, or we will. That cut out. I'm confused. Can someone stop my time though while I'm asking my clarifying question? I'm just trying to understand, because I have questions for the charter schools. I have questions for DCPS. I want to know how to manage my time effectively here.
I'll be a minute. Yes, there'll be another round. What I said was I wasn't sure if it would be 10 minutes, but it probably will be.
Oh, okay. Can someone start my clock over though, Evan?
No,
Thank
but
you.
yeah, I'll let you go over. Evan's not at the time does not stop.
Got it. All right. I have questions for both sectors, but I'm going to start with DCPS. Mr. Chancellor, will every student be issued a digital device at the start of the school year?
Yeah, so for students in grades 3 through 12, we will have a one-to-one device distribution because of the age and what's more developmentally appropriate for our early child education students and students in kindergarten, first and second grade. Their device will be different, and they'll be in a 3-to-1 ratio.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking this is going to make a little sense in just a moment. In the event that you've started to ask some of these questions, I was listening into the questions that Councilmember Che was asking, but in the event that a student or teacher tests positive for COVID-19, how long after DCPS is informed will the close contacts at schools be notified?
Yeah, so the contact and tracing process begins immediately as we're notified of a positive case, and we collaborate with DC Health on the contact tracing of any individuals that tested positive. That typically happens within a 24-hour period, but the process starts as soon as we're notified.
Will the entire school community be notified of a positive case?
Yeah, so we varied our communication depending upon the scale of the case. There's typically a notification that goes out to the entire school community, and there's more detailed information provided to close contacts.
Okay, who will determine whether an entire class needs to quarantine or not?
Great question. And again, I want to reiterate the point that DC Health does, and DC Health is currently reviewing the CDC guidance that was recently released on quarantine protocols.
Okay, so why is nothing in writing yet? Because I feel like this is one of those basic, if you had a sheet, it was on the website, it was communicated to parents in terms of if there's a positive case, these following things will happen. I understand that DC Health is still working on it. So let me ask you this, because
So to be clear, that we had a document last year that describes what happens when there's a positive case.
I know, but you didn't have that many kids in your building last year. So I'm
Right.
asking now.
Yeah, and we will have something similar for next school year that's very detailed on what happens if there's a positive case. What I'm highlighting though is that the CDC guidance on that has shifted significantly in a number of areas that impact quarantining and reactions to positive cases. And so we will have to adjust our protocols to those standards, and those standards will be enforced and finalized by DC Health.
I understand that you're waiting on CDC, but CDC school year doesn't start on August 30th, right? So
Not
like
waiting
at
on
some point,
CDC. They issue new guidance. So every time they issue new guidance, that has to be evaluated, and then that information will then be produced in a way that will provide guidelines to public schools in the District of Columbia. The CDC guidelines were revised on July 9th.
okay, so I've been working in government a long time. I know there's usually a target date that y'all are like working back to. So when is your target date for when you want to be able, you, Mr. Chancellor, to send out communications to your families or post on your website to say, here are our protocols for the upcoming school year? What's the target date?
So we anticipate receiving the guidance from DC Health next week, early next week. Once we receive that, the turnaround time should be less than a week, hopefully from DCPS. So early August is when we anticipate having all that information out to families, but we will do so as soon as possible.
Okay, what does early August mean though? Is that before the 15th? Is that before the 10th? Is that before the 5th?
Councilmember Henderson, it will be as quick. We're not intentionally withholding information from families, but again, we have to recognize that we're in a very fluid environment. Things, you know, the guidelines and the protocols shift as things evolve and the science around COVID changes. And it would be great, it would be ideal if we could set standards that didn't change. But that's not going to happen. And to be clear, that it's likely going to change again.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, early August, we're going to check back in. We're going to see where we at and all the various things. A DCPS parent forwarded me your July update that you sent out yesterday. And you noted that updated student immunization forms for the new school year are due within 20 days of the first day of school. So we're about 19 days out from that deadline. What % of forms are still outstanding?
Which forms are you referencing again?
Student health immunization forms.
Yeah, so students have until the 20th day of school once they enroll. So if a student starts on August 30th, on their 20th day, they should have all their immunizations complete.
Okay. Is it possible for you all to update your website, either DCPS Reopen Strong, the regular DCPS site, to provide information about the pediatric immunizations? Because y'all have like 8 schools right now, school-based health centers that can do childhood immunizations. And it was nowhere on your site, but it was on the DC Health site. I feel like that's like a small thing that you can give families information about if they're having trouble getting some info or getting an appointment from their normal pediatrician. Can we make that update?
Yeah, we will have more information as we're adding additional sites. We're also encouraging families to go to vaccinatedc.gov, because that is the easiest way to get information and make an appointment proactively at all the sites that we're establishing where families can go and get pediatric immunization. So if you would help us get the word out on that website.
I have definitely been trying to do my part. What I'm saying is, we know that some of your families are COVID-19 vaccine hesitant, right? If you go to vaccinatedc.gov, which I've spent some time on that website, the first thing that pops up is about COVID. It has nothing to do with the regular routine immunizations. And what we don't want to happen is like 2 health issues at once, where we have a COVID problem and then you have a measles outbreak in your schools because no one's getting the shot. So that's why I'm asking you to like I feel like in some ways we got to get families in the, don't lead with COVID, lead with like, hey, let's just check up on the other stuff that we already have that's required, and then allow the provider at that point to follow up with COVID pieces. But I see my time is running low, so I want to ask you this. As you're working with DC Health on the guidance, sort of following up around the travel question that I asked President Lyons from the WTU, is a staff member going to have to take personal leave if they have to quarantine for any particular reason?
So that's not been a part of our protocol for them to take personal leave. So there's a COVID-related leave policy for anybody that needs to quarantine as a result of COVID.
Okay. And, I've been asking DC Health these same questions around 3-day weekends, Thanksgiving, et cetera. When you have a class or you have a significant number of students in a building who need to quarantine, what's the protocol that happens in terms of virtual learning at that point? Because it seems like right now, you said only 19 people have been approved for virtual. So are we setting up a separate virtual academy? Will the classroom teacher for that particular class just continue instruction in a virtual manner? What happens there?
Yeah, so DCPS is establishing a separate virtual academy that will serve students virtually. We also will need to have the capability to pivot to virtual that may be outside of that academy, depending upon the number of students that may need access to virtual learning. So if there's a entire sixth grade at a middle school, that entire sixth grade may shift to virtual for a period of time until it's necessary for us to move back to in-person. But there will also be dedicated staff that will serve students in a remote posture for those students that have the medical need or other needs to be remote.
Okay. All right, let me switch to after school programming, something that Dr. Reed brought up earlier, which I noticed as well around the after school enrollment piece. How many families are currently on your after school wait list right now?
I would have to follow up with you, given the specificity of that request on the number. I would have to follow up with you and have our staff provide you with the wait list numbers if they're on the wait list.
Yeah, if you don't mind providing that information to the committee, because I'm not sure if you saw, like the council is poised to pass an additional $2 million for out of school time. And so if we can alleviate these wait lists, that was the purpose for this money. We want to be able to do that as fast as possible. But I'm over my time and I'll be back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you very much to this panel of experts. So I want to start with you, Chancellor. Of course, you knew this. Can you please tell me how many school sites will open on first day of school?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. Great to see you. So we expect all of our schools to be open on August 30th. Every school is also offering summer programming through our Summer Acceleration Academies. And we're excited to have students on campuses now for both social and emotional development, but also academic supports as well. Many of our schools have already offered opportunities for families to come on campus. All schools will be having tours and ability for families to get a better understanding and ask questions about protocols for that school as it relates to health and safety.
Okay, when do the tours start? In what week may families begin the tours?
Yeah, so for many of the schools, that process has already started. You heard earlier from Principal Strickland at Hart Middle School, but by the end of August, before school starts, families should have had an opportunity, and we're working with schools to post a schedule of all of that information so every school has a posting and families know when they can tour the campus.
Okay, I think earlier one of the public witnesses indicated that there is a methodology used to be in touch with all members of the school family, the various households, children. And I wondered, can you tell me with some assurance that that is a system that is being used to notify the families of information as it relates to the opening of schools, the completion of immunization, all of that is necessary in order to come back in-person learning?
Yeah, schools use a multitude of communication tools, as we do as district central services team as well, which includes direct email to families once they've shared their email address to us, which can come to their phone or laptop or other device. We also use text messages that go directly to families via phone. We also use all modes of social media, whether that's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We also utilize robocalls when families share their phone numbers with us, so we'll call them. And then there's often direct calls from principals, teachers, and staff at the building as well. And then the district also utilized mailers, which I think you suggested earlier as well as another tool. Many of our schools have also offered events. So I mentioned earlier the slam that school had for families to come in and ask questions. So many schools are hosting events either on the weekend or afternoons, and another opportunity for students to come on campus and staff to interact with students and parents.
So is there a running list that each school maintains, or maybe the administration maintains, that says, of my 20,000 students, 18,000 have been reached through some methodology, and I now only have 2,000 more to reach before, let's say, the 15th of August? Is there something like that available that gives us assurance that every family, every household has been reached with a message?
Certainly, we have a dashboard where we track enrollment and engagement with families. So we know, for example, close to 80% of our students have completed their enrollment for next school year. And we know which families haven't, and families that haven't, they receive very targeted outreach from schools. We also know who's completed the childhood immunizations and who needs outreach. So we know approximately 80% of our students have a complete pediatric immunization record, but we know that 20% do not. And that number looks different for each school and community. And so there's targeted outreach there. So we do track data on our students and families, and we know what supports are needed. And we do, again, targeted outreach to those families.
Okay, you had mentioned earlier that for each school, sometimes the protocols may be different. Protocols as it relates to returning to in-class curriculum on behalf of through the instructors. What I'm trying to figure out is, in this difference or this flexibility system that we have through the school system, is there any way that we could have access to the protocols that each school has in place that they plan on following? Is that possible?
Yeah, so to be clear, we have very consistent protocols for return to in-person learning. What I was referencing earlier is that the need to social distance is not going to be a preventative strategy in terms of having our students back in school. So we will have all of our students back in the building. The extent in which a classroom or media center or in the cafeteria in which students are socially distant will vary based on the number of people in that building or that space, the space size. So there's a number of factors that can determine how distant individuals may be in that space. But the expectation is that all of our students are back in school, all our curriculum, what students will be learning will be consistent. And also what will be consistent is the emphasis on reconnecting with students and families during the first few weeks of schools to ensure that there's a strong foundation for learning, and also a multitude of trauma responses for those students who need additional mental and social support.
So then I should assume that, or can assume that there may be a different protocol for each school as it handles each of these situations that we're all very concerned about. And that there is something somewhere available to you that is in writing, so that if there is an issue in a school, there's a checklist that you can look at and say, aha, this is where we may have a need to change the protocol we're using. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So to be clear again, that most of the protocols, and I should say all of the protocols, will be consistent. So it will be uniform protocols for schools. I think how much space is between you and another person, how they achieve that compliance will look different for each school based on their space, but that compliance standard will be consistent across all of our schools. We do have compliance specialists who monitor that, and we do have a review of each school space as well.
All right, so we're getting there, finally getting to compliance monitoring. I had to go step by step to get to this. So does that mean one of the issues that seems most important is how do we know that we have clean air coming in through the HVAC system and bad air going out? And would that be monitored, and have you, out of all of the systems within the different schools, since you said all of the schools are going to be open, have all of the systems been monitored to date? Or are there still 20 or 100 or 2 that are remaining? And by what date will that happen?
Yeah, so we are continuously monitoring air quality. When we talk about air quality, we're monitoring for the conditions in which we know are more favorable to viruses. And so when we see that there is not appropriate air changes, or the conditions are too humid or what have you, there is immediate corrective action. So we have sensors that give us a strong sense of what's in the environment, air quality, and then also we've established the protocols that allow us to have air changes every 15 minutes, which brings in good air into a space. And then we've also enhanced filters and ensure that the appropriate filters have been installed to mitigate any spread of COVID-19 as well.
Okay, may I ask then, for the first week of school, can there be on-site monitoring of all of our school systems just to be sure that we are all on the same page?
Yes, there's regular monitoring to ensure that all of our schools are within our compliance standards.
Okay. All right. Now I have a scenario for you. Just was curious about it. It's the week before students return to the classroom. And how will each school handle the personnel that are returning to the building regarding the mask, distancing, testing, maybe handling equipment, devices, lockers, et cetera, within the building? And is there a requirement that teachers show their immunization card, as an example? What protocols would you use if COVID symptoms are identified during, this is the week before, teachers are all hubba getting used to each other, and new teachers being infiltrating this system. So tell me.
Yeah,
please,
so we've developed very thoughtful and detailed training for our staff. Principals, school leaders will be delivering and reviewing expectations with teachers and training. There also will be very clear guidelines for face covering that are required when you're on a campus. We also are providing devices to educators as well, so they'll have access to technology. As relates to COVID symptoms, our staff is subject to all of our screening protocols for symptoms as our visitors and students. And you also asked about, any, additional training will be provided. Yes, there will be lots of training throughout the start of the school year in preparation for opening of school. And if someone is symptomatic, we ask that they get tested. As it stands right now, we are asking staff voluntarily to share their COVID vaccine status with us, but it is not a requirement at this time.
Okay, so there will be no on-site testing, in other words.
So we have not determined our asymptomatic testing protocols at this point, given we just received new guidance from the CDC. However, we should expect to have any testing that would need to take place for symptomatic individuals would be available next school year. So for example, if you're exhibiting COVID symptoms, you can be tested on campus, or you can choose to go and get tested by another healthcare provider.
All right, well, thank you, Doctor, and I'm sorry I didn't get to the other witnesses during this round, but my time has expired. Chairman, thank you, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bonds. So this is a second round. I'm going to ask some questions. I'm hopeful that these will, 10 minutes. I'm hopeful that this will be fairly quick answers. So my understanding is that DCPS is requiring all students to be masked. Is that correct, Chancellor?
That is correct.
Ms. Brantley, is Friendship requiring all students to be masked?
Yes.
Mr. Hartnett?
That is correct.
Dr. As far as you know, are all charters requiring all students to be masked?
That's my understanding, council member.
What about social distancing? So there will be there will be a measure of social distancing required in DCPS, Chancellor?
Yes, there will be a measure of social distancing.
Ms. Brantley?
Yes, we continue to require social distancing.
Mr. Hartnett?
We will also be able to.
And Dr. Walker Davis?
Yes, that's my understanding that all schools will follow the protocols with the flexibility that Dr. Farabee mentioned.
So now, unfortunately, this will not be a yes or no question, but really small schools like in DCPS Brent Elementary, how are we addressing challenges with social distancing? And is adding new temporary classrooms a possibility? And what about outdoor classrooms? I'll ask that of each of you. Dr. Farabee?
So schools do have resources to utilize outdoor space. We are monitoring the layout of their building closely to ensure that they can accomplish social distancing, but we don't anticipate adding any permanent space at this time.
And Ms. Brantley?
So we have added outdoor classroom, or we are adding outdoor classrooms to allow us the additional space. We also have a relationship with private school partners and others to have additional classroom space. We also understand that there will be expedited permitting for the outdoor, for the few spaces that don't have outdoor classrooms yet that we need to set up. And those will be in place by the time school starts.
Mr. Hartnett?
Because of the size of our building and the size of our student population, we will be more than able to provide for ample distancing. We also have added an outdoor, we're reconfiguring an outdoor space so that a significant number of our students will actually be able to have lunch outside as well. So with regards to space, we're in a different situation than most.
Dr. Walker Davis.
Yeah, the response varies by LEA. There are some who have added outdoor classrooms. There are a few who have looked at, auxiliary space, and others are making do with the facility that they have. So it depends really on the size of the LEA and whether they can meet their social distance requirement with their physical footprint.
So let me go to vaccinations. Are all DCPS schools serving as a vaccination site? And this would be vaccinations for the COVID?
No, not all schools are serving as vaccination site, but we've identified over 20 schools that will serve as a site.
Why not all of them?
Well, one, the challenge of having healthcare providers that can serve at all space. And then secondly, we do have the exchange program where we have the ability to have pop-up vaccinations at every site. So we have over 20 sites that will be consistently open, but we have access to vaccines at all sites if a school wants to have an event and have a pop-up vaccination station.
Are the 20 schools located in areas with a very low take-up rate with vaccinations?
Yes, we have very targeted sites in areas where we have vaccination hesitancy, and then we also have representation in all 8 wards.
But I'm asking exclusively, the 20 will be exclusively in those neighborhoods with low take-up?
No, so they're not, we have them in all wards, but we have greater concentrations in Ward 5, 7, and 8, where we see less numbers of individuals vaccinated, especially school-age children.
Ms. Brantley, are Friendship Schools vaccination sites?
So we've applied to 3 different agencies or programs to be vaccination sites, have not gotten approval or coordination on that yet. We are encouraging and communicating to our families to go to the sites that are open around the district. But we certainly would like our sites to be vaccination sites. We saw the response from families when we did testing right at schools where they were familiar. We had a lot more. We're also setting up immunization clinics, which we've done in the past at our school sites.
The fact that you've not been approved for vaccination sites, is that because of bureaucratic slows, or is everything moving along very quickly? And
I will not say that it is moving along very quickly. We understand that we are going to be a site, but we'd like to have that information as quickly as possible to get our families on board before school starts. And obviously, because of the amount of time that it takes between when you're vaccinated and when you are protected, obviously this is something that needs to happen sooner rather than later, given that school is starting in a few weeks.
How long have you been waiting to hear?
Approximately 10 days.
Okay. Mr. Hartnett, what about Statesman?
We will definitely continue to do the vaccination clinics here. And we are also going, I don't know exactly where we are in the process, but we have indicated that we are interested in being a vaccination, not site, but to have clinics at the school as well.
And Dr. Walker Davis, can you speak more broadly about charter schools? You're muted.
Sorry, we know of at least 18 schools, charter schools that have signed up to be vaccine clinics. And then we have 8 public charter schools that are going to be sites in the vaccinedc.gov. So a total of 26 sites, and I'm not sure if any of those 8 are also part of the 18 at this point, because they're waiting to be approved for the vaccine.dc.gov.
Are any schools or LEAs requiring vaccinations, COVID vaccination among students who are 12 years and older? Friendship, Statesman, Dr. Walker Davis, Chancellor Farabee, anybody requiring it?
DCPS is not requiring vaccinations for enrollment or participation at this time.
Dr. Walker Davis, do you know?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there are no LEAs that are requiring that, consistent with the guidance. The vaccines are not required for student attendance. I know all of our LEAs are strongly encouraging our families and students 12 and older to get vaccinated. But as to my knowledge, it is not a requirement.
Now, what about employees, school employees?
I can answer now for charter schools. Similarly, it is not a requirement for employment. Again, it is being strongly encouraged by our LEA leaders. So that is what I know from charter schools.
Is that true as well for DCPS?
That is true for DCPS, very highly encouraged. We do ask that they share their vaccination status with us, but it's not required at this time.
You know, the teachers were given a priority early when the vaccine became available. Do you know what percentage of DCPS teachers are vaccinated?
So we know of the individuals who reported their status to us that 93% of our employees are vaccinated. Of the people who reported that status to us is approximately 40% of our work population.
So 93% of 40% said they are vaccinated.
Correct.
Is the number much different with the charter schools, Dr. Walker Davis?
I do not have a centralized number for the charter school teachers who have been vaccinated. That information is collected by DC Health. What I do know from my conversations with leaders is that from self-reports to them, I've seen as high as 80 to 90% of the employees in an LEA to as low as 40%. But this was before the end of the school year, so I can assume that some of those numbers have increased, but this is going to be collected at an individual LEA level if teachers self-report that to the schools. I would encourage you to ask directly to our LEA leaders here what their numbers look like.
Ms. Brantley?
So over 70% of our people were fully vaccinated, and an additional 15% had had one shot, but not the second, the last time that we reported and aggregated the information. And then we will continue to collect it until school starts, but we expect that it's going to be fairly high.
So of all of your faculty, roughly 85% has had at least one shot.
That's right. And we think it's a little bit higher because we've had people back in person for quite a while.
Mr. Hartnett?
Yeah, so of about 56 staff, all but 4 are vaccinated at this time.
About 92%. I did some rough math there. I shouldn't do rough math in front of educators. Let me see. For students who have medical exceptions, how are the LEAs going to be educating those students? Chancellor Farabee?
For students who have a medical exemption, they will learn remotely through the DCPS Virtual Academy.
And that will be a central academy, staffed centrally?
It is primarily central staff. However, we may utilize a school-based staff if there's a need based on the courses or requirements for that student, where they have an IEP, all would dictate that, but they will be centrally managed and the staff will be primarily central service teams.
What about, let me see, Friendship, you already have an online school, but can you speak to more specifically how you will be educating those students who have a medical exception?
Sure. Students with a medical exemption, those exemptions are semester by semester, so they will be enrolled in an online academy for the semester for which their exemption is effective. If a student is ill and has to quarantine, they will continue to be with their regular in-person group, but we have additional staff, I mentioned them earlier, acceleration teachers that can support the virtual students that are part of a in-person class.
I'm a little bit lost. If they're quarantining, then they won't be in school. So
That's
how
right.
would they be with their class?
So the medical exemption students are exempted semester by semester. A quarantine student might be 3 days or 5 days, whatever the Department of Health has, but they've been typically attending in person. There will be a person in the classroom so that they're virtual at home for whatever the length of their quarantine is, but it might be a short period, helping them stay on pace with their in-person students, in-person peers.
Thank you. Mr. Hartman?
So we don't have any parents who have asked for a medical. They have no one has filled out the form, so we don't expect. We've also, again, all of our students are in very small North Star advisories for their families. So every single week, adults from our building are communicating with our parents with regards to what is going on at school and what they should expect. So we don't expect that anyone is going to need the exemption. If they do, we are going to be providing asynchronous learning opportunities for them, some of which will be coordinated through a partnership with K-12 that we are building now that will allow for us to continue with in-person instruction and get support in some of the asynchronous learning that students can do.
And Chairman, if I could add, out of Friendship students, only 3 have asked so far for the medical exemption.
Thank you. Dr. Walker Davis, do you have anything to add with regard to other charter schools?
I would say that what the 2 charter leaders have shared here is an example that it will vary by site depending on the number of students who have an exemption, and also the approach, whether it is for a dedicated academy or virtual classrooms for the students who have that semester by semester exemption versus a sort of day by day response. I will name that you heard testimony earlier that it is a little hard for some schools to assess how many students are going to need the exemption because they haven't yet submitted a form, or maybe they haven't even yet been able to access a medical professional to get that form. So I just want to name that maybe this will look different in the next few weeks once parents start to respond. And then I also know that some schools are considering partnering with other LEAs to provide the virtual instruction for the students who might have an exemption because they are not able to manage the simulcast or assigning teachers to do both sets of services. So that would be the only addition that I would make to what Ms. Brantley and Mr. Hartnett shared.
Thank you. I'm over my time. I may have a few more questions, which means there may be another short round. Next is, I believe, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna, Councilmember Trayon White just emailed me and asked me to ask a question on his behalf. So I'm gonna ask that question first because he said he's unable to hop on, but wanted the question asked on the record and hope that I get some additional time for my collegiality here. Councilmember Trayon White asked, a constituent reached out this morning after going to his classroom only to learn that he has 25 students on his class. He is told that they would practice social distancing and CDC protocol. This teacher has major concerns about this number of students prior to COVID-19, but definitely concerns now during this pandemic. How is DCPS and DC Public Charter School guaranteeing CDC protocol? How many students will be in a standard size classroom? If all students are returning to the same size school and classroom sizes, how is DCPS planning to social distance the same number of students? I'm assuming he means DCPS and DCPS charter school, but he uses both. So I'll just go to you, Chancellor, if you could answer those questions from Councilmember Trayon White from Ward 8.
It would be great to know the school so we can do more detailed follow-up, but you referenced the CDC guidance. The CDC guidance is clear that a classroom should not be restricted in offering in-person learning as relates to the number of individuals in a classroom. So you're looking solely at CDC guidance, it would be appropriate to have 25 students in a classroom if the school has 25 students at that grade level or at that particular class.
Okay. I guess, and how many students will be in a standard size classroom? So that 25 is a standard size classroom?
I mean, it would depend on the grade level in the school. So without knowing the school exactly, I can't speak to that. But I think it's important to note, you know, with the space, is that DCPS will still implement a very strong layered approach to mitigating COVID, which includes face masks, which based on the science and what we know is a very strong tool for mitigating COVID spread. And then also our HVAC enhancements that we talked about a lot today, the sanitation and cleaning efforts also. So this will, in terms of space, it varies school by school. But I just want to reiterate the point about our layered approach.
Okay, great. Thank you. Starting on my round, I want to go to Dr. Walker Davis. I know 4 LEAs applied to offer virtual instruction this fall. Apple Tree, KIPP, Maya Angelou, and Howard University Public Charter School. I didn't get to watch the public hearing you held on this topic on Monday, but can you share some of the questions that the board members asked and how they're sort of evaluating these requests? I know you have a special board meeting scheduled for Monday to potentially approve these requests. Like, what happens next for these schools and families if they're approved? Do families know who's going to get to do the virtual already, or do they already have lists of who's interested or who's eligible?
Yes, thank you, Council Member, for the question. So our board did meet on Monday, July 19th, and they heard from each of the schools. As you mentioned, we had a range of schools who applied. The questions that were asked were, one, what would be the selection criteria for the students who would be enrolled in these programs? What evidence did the schools have that students who met this selection criteria would be successful? Really asked questions to clarify why they thought this would be good programming and how it would align with the existing approach that the school had. Because as a reminder, we designed an application process for schools to request changes that are substantive and permanent. So this is not a response to the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of sort of a extension of last school year, but something that would be embedded permanently in the school's programming. So questions about how that would work, questions about how families were either consulted or would be notified about the opportunity. So those were the range of the questions. And as you mentioned, our board will convene again next Monday to actually vote on the applications that were submitted. And once they do vote, the schools would have the approval to then communicate to their families that this is a viable option for next school year. You asked also whether or not the schools had a sense of their population. I want to name that of all of the applications, a couple of them talked about this being a program for existing students. So it's not an opportunity for students who weren't in the school before. In terms of our preschool programming, that would be an opportunity for a new set of students. But again, the numbers that Apple Tree asked for instance, is 20 students. And then in the case of Maya Angelou, it is, they asked for a program that would allow for a very small percentage of their population who have instances that are essentially would interrupt their education, and they're looking at virtual opportunity as a way to continue to engage students who would likely disengage and be not enrolled in school moving forward. So it's a range of applications, but that was the sense of the questions that were asked at the hearing.
Are you all seeing?
You are breaking up, council member. I cannot hear you.
Certification and is required, I guess, for any. Oh, man. Okay. Am I breaking up still? I don't know how to.
I can
you
hear
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Are you all dealing with the same issues regarding the medical consent requirement that OSSI is that we're hearing from parents from the public DCPS side regarding this requirement for consent?
Yes. So I would in all of the conversations that I had with LEA leaders, there were some concerns about clarification on the form and really whether or not families would have enough time to make the appropriate medical appointments and get the exemptions if they needed them. I do want to say that what is actually probably a more pressing concern, which I think you heard actually from all of the leaders today, is our general immunizations for families. And so making sure that that is something that is top of mind and information is available and opportunities exist for families to access that, because students will not be able to enroll if they do not have those immunizations. So I did, yes, hear some concerns about the medical exemption, but I heard more about general immunizations.
Right, because that was my next topic heading. So thank you for getting me right there. And I'm going to Chancellor Fairby first. Where are we with general immunizations? I think we heard from some of the charter leaders, sort of some of their experience with getting general immunizations, and they're doing some real meet you where you are. I heard them say they have people calling every week to parents and families. Where are we with general immunizations with 5 weeks out of DCPS schools opening?
Yeah, so we're at 80% of our students have a complete immunization record. So we're excited that that is very similar to where we are typically this time of year. As I've shared earlier, we're offering childhood immunizations at a number of sites across the city, including a site in each ward. And we look forward to supporting families and getting an appointment with a physician if that's what they choose to, or they can utilize one of our sites. But we're using robocalls, emails, outreach. We're reminding families at our meal sites. They're getting text messages. I've gotten several as a DCPS parent about immunization reminders. So in my conversation with my pediatrician, we're hearing that her numbers are increasing and the word is getting out and families are making appointments.
Okay. I know DC Health has already hosted several clinics, I think, focused on the residents aged 12 to 18. And I'm not sure sort of how well these events are being attended or utilized. So are you guys sort of tracking how many students are getting immunized or vaccinated each of those? And then to add to that, I know Roosevelt High School event isn't scheduled to start until August 7th, which is too late for students to get their second shot. And then they have 2 weeks to be fully vaccinated before school starts on August 30th. I know I emailed you guys about changing this about a month ago. Have we worked on with DC Health to get this moved up at the Roosevelt High School site?
I haven't seen any note about the dates moving. We continue to work with DC Health and all of our partners with the healthcare providers to add sites as quickly as possible, but we are challenged with clinician availability, given the number of vaccines that we are administering in the city, but across the region as well.
Okay, what schools still need HVAC enhancements before they're ready this fall? Is there a list of schools with work still left to be done? And is the HVAC system fixed at Powell Elementary? And once again, I'm going to ask if you guys could just post the air quality monitoring reports on each school's website, so that way we don't have to ask like each time. We could just go look at it.
So all of our schools have had HVAC enhancements. We continue to work through our summer blitz. I'm not aware of any outstanding issues at Powell Elementary School. Powell is under construction, and we do know that their construction and renovations are on track.
Okay. I want to sort of ask you again a little bit about the virtual piece. I know you heard some of our charter leaders offering virtual instruction this fall because their families asked for it, citing, students with medical conditions and also family preference. Why isn't DCPS doing this too? Does DCPS believe they have the ability to offer virtual instruction if families want it, but don't have this required doctor's note?
Yeah, so we're following the guidance provided by OSCE, and the mayor and I both believe that the ideal place for students to learn is the classroom. And our goal is to get all of our students back into the classroom. So we have not to date explored an option outside of those beliefs and principles that the mayor and I share, and also the guidance that we receive from OSCE.
Okay, so I want to go to the public charter school board here then. I guess if OSCE is giving this guidance for DCPS, I guess, does that mean you guys aren't following OSCE guidance by offering virtual learning?
So first I want to name that we are also supportive of the efforts to get all students back to school 5 days a week. And we still believe that in-person instruction is the primary mode of instruction for our students. I also want to name that there are currently charter schools who within their charters have the ability to provide virtual programming, and that has existed pre-pandemic, and we would expect that would exist after and through once we come out of the pandemic. So this is not something that is new to the charter sector. And as we created these virtual amendment opportunities, we were very specific to say, this is not this is not something that charters would have on a temporary basis. It would become a part of their permanent programming, and they would have to specifically state the criteria that students would be eligible for, the percent of their population that this would occupy, and how they would meet the mission of their charter by use of this instructional approach. So I want to make clear that this is not something that is new in terms of the flexibility within a charter's, a school's charter, but there is a specific process for schools to apply for this that is not in response directly to the pandemic. And as I mentioned, there are only 4 schools that have applied for this option, and our board will vote on whether any or some subset of those 4 schools will actually be allowed to move forward. And you are in the presence of one of our schools that has had a virtual program for quite some time.
Yeah. Chancellor, when is the mailer going out?
Councilmember.
So, yes. Jeremy, you have 15 minutes, and I had to rep Councilmember Trayon White from Ward 8.
You still get 10 minutes and you're 13. I'll let you finish this question.
Okay, Chancellor, when is the mailer going out to DCPS parents? It seems like there's some CDC guidance you got to wait for, but it seems like there's some that you don't have to wait for. I heard you say the mask protocols are already there. I heard about daily screenings. I think you said that to Councilmember Che. And so it looks like we're ready to send some mass information out, even without waiting to the CDC for the CDC. And you know, mail takes a while now because the post office all messed up with the federal government and all that's going on up there. So is the mailer going out this week, Chancellor, with this information to every DCPS parent? If not, can we get the mailer out this week?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilman Louis George, for that question. So we communicate regularly with our families. So that's been included in our electronic newsletter that we send to families weekly. We have not seen the need yet to send a mailer. We don't want to confuse families and sending bits and pieces of information out to families. So any mass communications of our health and safety protocols will likely come once we have a better understanding of what the reactions are to the recent CDC guidance. We do have enrollment mailers that go out and have gone out to families, and also other summer reminders. So if you could support us with ensuring that families enroll, we would appreciate that, because we want to ensure that we capture all of our students prior to the start of the school year.
Okay, and do those enrollment mailers, do they have immunization and, all right, I'm leaving, but immunization and vaccine clinics on those enrollment mailers?
We certainly share that information as sites become available. And we also have provided regular updates to families on all the sites available for vaccine for COVID and childhood immunizations.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
It's at 16 minutes. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's hard out in these streets to get everything in 20 minutes, essentially, when you combine the 2 rounds. But nonetheless, good afternoon, Dr. Walker Davis. How are you? Have some questions. For the 4 LEAs who sought the amendments, did they have to demonstrate demand as part of their application?
It was one of the questions that was asked in the application. How do they know that there's interest in the programming, and what would be the selection criteria for students to access it?
Okay, and so for these amendments, should the board, and obviously you don't know what the board is going to do in terms of their votes in the next week, is that for this upcoming school year?
Yes, if any of these schools are approved, it would be for programming beginning this school year, and it is for permanent programming, so it would be past this school year as well.
Right, but I'm sort of thinking it's just kind of in the immediate, like, so for instance, I think you said that KIPS application was for up to 280 students.
Yes.
If they are approved, doesn't that technically make the OSSE form moot?
I want to clarify KIPS application. So in KIPS application, they asked for this virtual program to be inclusive of those students who asked for a medical exemption. So for example, if we weren't to approve KIPS, a virtual program, they would still need to provide services to the students who have this medical exemption. What they're asking for is a virtual program that would include those students as well as others.
See, this is a loophole in the system, and I'm telling you why. Because we knew from, I don't know, budget hearing ago that KIPP already had a high percentage of families who had expressed interest in remaining virtual because their students were ineligible for the vaccine. So if KIPP is able to apply for a virtual amendment to basically set up a program, their families don't have to go through OSSI to get this form. They could just switch LEA campuses essentially.
Well, I want to be clear that the KIPP application is for existing students. So it would be students who are already enrolled in KIPP. It's not for new students to KIPP.
No, I know. And that's what I'm trying to underscore here is that if I am a parent and if I am Miss Bryant, and my child was currently enrolled in KIPP, I don't have to do OSSI's form if KIPP's application is approved because KIPP is going to give me an option of a virtual instruction outside of the OSSI district guidelines. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yes, and I will just name that right now we do have an online school. So if that was a programming that a family thought they wanted and that was best for their child, they have an opportunity to do that right now, whether or not we approved another school. Yes.
Ms. Brantley, is Friendships Tech School pre-K through 12?
It is K through 12, and we have a pre-K pilot, yes.
Okay. And you still taking applications?
I'm
just trying to understand what's out here.
We are still taking up applications. I think that a parent's choice to go into an online school is because they believe that it's best for their child. Some families now are struggling with the pandemic, and it's something they want to do just for a short period of time.
Right.
It is a different undertaking for a family. Most of our families in our online school have done it for years, and their children thrive there. And so I just hope that as people are thinking about this online option, that it really is because it's what's best and not just because it's what's most immediate.
And I appreciate Ms. Brantley saying that, which is why we were very careful in the crafting of the application to ensure that a school understood that this was not an immediate response to parents who, quite frankly, as was testified, are in a difficult situation, right? But we do not want to stand up programming that is a temporary response. We want schools to think very carefully about how this virtual program, number one, is consistent with the mission of their charter, as fully integrated with the overall services that they're going to provide, and is something that the school sees is a benefit for a unique subset of their population, which is, in my mind, not a sort of temporary response. And so I appreciate Ms. Brantley for clarifying that, because the students who have chosen to go to an online programming over time, it is a different, it's a different demographic, if you will, a different,
right.
And there's a commitment that the family has to make to that type of learning.
And I'm not questioning, sort of what Friendship is doing, nor am I questioning sort of the integrity of what KIPP is doing as well. But I would hope that the board is doing if it is approved, we'll do some active monitoring in terms of the shifting of students from virtual campus to an in-person campus, vice versa, et cetera. Sort of on that monitoring and compliance piece, Dr. Walker-Davis, is the board requiring that charter LEAs essentially file their COVID protocol plans with you all?
The schools are required to file their plans with OSSI. So OSSI is the agency that monitors the plans. In our general oversight, it is one of the tools that we can access in terms of understanding if a school is doing what it says it's going to do, but the actual monitoring and compliance is with OSSI, not.
Okay, let me clarify. When I'm talking about COVID plans, I'm not talking about learning acceleration or anything like that. I'm talking about, this is what we're going to do if we have a positive case. This is what we're going to do if we have to quarantine a grade. And one of the things I'm sort of thinking about is like, we sometimes have parents who contact us and they hate when we have to tell them, you need to file a complaint with the public charter school board before we can handle anything. And so I'm curious for your staff purposes in terms of resolving complaints around parents saying my LEA is not following the protocol. It's like, do y'all even know what the protocol is yourselves?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, council members. So yes, we will have access to the continuous education plans that will include the health protocols. If a family does file a complaint with us, we do have a pretty robust complaint process where we would follow up with the parent directly, understand what their issue is. We would follow up with the school, understand what their response to that issue is. And in the matter of following health and safety protocols, we would also have access to that plan to be able to assess like whether or not the school is doing what it said it was going to do. So there is a process that we currently have, and we would look to any information that OSSI could provide to us about those plans.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that an LEA didn't necessarily know who would be approved for virtual or not. I just want to be clear, are you implying that the LEA doesn't make the final decision? Like from a process standpoint, does the form go to OSSI and then OSSI makes the decision? Because it sounds like from the chancellor that DCPS is the one who is saying yes or no.
What I meant was not, it's my understanding that schools are not clear the full universe of medical exemptions because not all forms have been submitted yet. So that's what I meant, that they don't either have not received any forms, which means it's none, or they've not received any forms and it could be 20 or 25, in the next 2 weeks. So it's just the uncertainty of those not coming back yet.
Is there a universal deadline? Because I know DCPS's deadline for this form is like next week. I'm curious what happens on the charter side.
I actually do not know the answer to that question. If there is such a deadline, I suppose it would be imposed by OSSI, but I do not know that. I don't know if any of our charter leaders have their own deadline or know of a universal deadline.
Mr. Hartnett, is there an OSSI deadline? I know you're like, we don't really, this is not, our families aren't doing this. So I don't know, Ms. Brantley, if anybody knows.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. Chancellor Fairby, that deadline for the forms for medical exemption, is that a DCPS deadline or is that an OSSI deadline?
So it is a DCPS deadline that we've established to ensure that we can appropriately schedule students. So the later we get forms, the more difficult it is to guarantee a viable schedule for students for a virtual structure. So that my hope is we continue to get forms in before that date, but we'll certainly be in a position to honor forms after that date, but we may not be able to schedule them in the same way that we do all students.
Okay. Let me ask a question about Safe Passage. Either Dr. Walker Davis or Ms. Brantley, sorry, Mr. Hardy, I actually don't know what ward Statesman is in, so unsure if that fits with you all, but our charters LEA is also part of the microtransit program that the DME's office is setting up for wards 7 and 8.
We've gotten some information on the microtransit program and want to be a part of it, yes.
Okay, but no decisions have sort of been made yet around like scheduling.
We don't have routes, schedule, list of students yet.
Okay. So that's
we are also a part of it.
And, you are?
Yeah, we have submitted the documents or we've completed the application for it and are waiting to get information on exactly how it's going to roll out. But yes, we are participating.
Okay. Yeah, add that to the list of questions we asked for the deputy mayor. Do you all, I guess, Dr. Walker Davis, do you get information on the status of universal health certificate compliance? And
I'm sorry, continue your question.
No, so I know that OSSI is the one who collects it, some type of feed, et cetera. The only reason I know that is because they might've made a mistake and gave us the spreadsheet in March, which prompted me to ask them for the update yesterday. But I'm curious whether or not that information is shared with the board.
I do not believe that there is a direct report that comes to us, but we have staff that participates in coordinating health conversations, and we are made aware of any trends that are citywide or charter sector specific, but I do not believe that there's a specific report that comes to us directly.
Okay, have they shared with you any trends of where we are right now?
I do not have access to those, but I can definitely check with my staff as we speak.
Okay. I'm probing here because nobody from OSSI responded to my question. I know it was last minute, but nonetheless, they have a spreadsheet that they provided to the council in March that had, as of March 10th, how many of all of your students, it covered all of the LEAs, who had turned in updated forms versus those who had not. And we had a lot of ground to make up. So I'm just curious in terms of how's it going. But so I guess I can ask anecdotally, Ms. Brantley, how's it going? And this is like just on routine, measles, mumps, rubella, et cetera.
So far, I'm sorry, for Friendship, approximately a little more than 80% of students have all that they need. But we're continuing to work with students. So that's why it's important for us to get the immunization clinics at our sites or to get students to where those clinics are. We are hearing from some families they're having trouble accessing the medical appointments that they need.
Okay. And Chancellor Fairby, did you make a similar remark about 80% or did I mishear that?
No, you heard that correctly. Our estimation right now is approximately 80%. But that number is fluid as we enroll new students. So as you get new students, you have to evaluate their current record and determine if they have any outstanding shots. But we're very confident that the additional sites that we're adding and the ability for families to go to school and get their pediatric immunization will really be a benefit to families this year, because that is not the typical mode that we operate in, and typically families would have to go to a healthcare provider to receive their childhood immunizations.
Right. Just to go back to the safe passage piece, I know that you guys said that you've applied. Has there been any other information? Because once again, this is one of these areas I don't know if you heard, but I talked to Ms. Hodge earlier around the $10 million for the charter facility grants that the council had already approved, that the executive told us was such a rush, it had to happen. And so frankly, it's a little annoying that you guys haven't had any information about how to access that money. Similarly, we approve money on safe passage, again, with this guise of it has to happen because, we need to roll out plans for the start of school.
Councilman Henderson, may I speak to the microtransit? I know you didn't ask that specific question of DCPS, but is the time for me to speak?
I know y'all are part of it though.
Yeah, but I just want to be clear that we know the schools, we've identified the schools, we've had a call and planning session with the principals, and the principals are collaborating with us to identify the pickup and drop off sites. So I want to be clear that that is in motion. And I believe, School Leader Hartnett also provided that same context for Statesman. So that is moving and in process.
No, I understand that. But I think some questions around, for instance, is there going to be a single route with multiple drop-off points? For instance, like one little micro transit bus that is going to be picking up DCPS and public charter school students. And then, I'm doing drops. I'm gonna stop at Friendship. I'm gonna stop at Ketchum. I'm gonna stop at Houston.
So it will be school specific, Councilmember Henderson. So it will be, Anacostia may have 3 or 4 stops. Or if Anacostia and Kramer decide to collaborate because they're feeder schools. But I don't anticipate that it would be across various schools that don't have some type of feeder connection.
Okay.
We also have some information regarding timeline. Like I know that we're scheduled to actually probably be thinking about having as many as 5 microbuses that are associated with our school that will each have somewhere near 5 stops, and that we may start with a certain number sometime in September, and that we will phase in additional usage of the program as the program picks up. So I think that, they got it off the ground pretty fast and are moving at a pace that at least we know, I at least feel like I know what's going to happen.
Okay, sounds good. All right, my time's up. Mr. Chairman came back on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I have a few more questions, and that'll maybe determine how long the last round is. I wanted to ask about teacher retention or teachers leaving. I'm actually going to begin, I think, with the charter school leaders. I have heard from a number of different sources that quite a number of teachers are burned out from the past year and are not returning to teaching because of just how hard the pandemic has been. What's the experience in that regard with Friendship, Ms. Brantley?
To date, 92% of our teachers have indicated they're returning. Based on our past experience, it could become 90% by the start of school, but we're in a pretty good position with respect to our teachers right now. Of course, our goal would be to have them all return. So we're continuing to work on that.
Is 92% reflecting a higher turnover rate this year than in the past?
Yes.
And what about Statesman?
Similarly, we have, again, not the size of Friendship, but we've had 4 teachers to leave, 2 of them to California, who are going into teaching positions, one into leadership locally and one into leadership regionally. So we have not seen that. Folks have definitely described that this has been a very difficult year, but they've been well taken care of. And so we have not seen people leave the profession.
Are you seeing a higher turnover rate than previous years?
No, we are not.
Okay. What about the charter sector overall, Dr. Walker Davis?
Yeah, I don't have specific numbers, but anecdotally, and I've met with almost every LEA leader this year, what I've heard is pretty consistent with what Ms. Brantley and Mr. Hartnett shared. It has been very challenging for our teachers, but it's been the typical sort of turnover, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 that might be leaving out of state for real family reasons, as opposed to just leaving the profession.
Chancellor Fairby?
Yeah, so we don't have our retention data for the 2021 to 21-22 school year. We do know from 2019-20 to 2021, we saw our numbers decrease. And so we've seen much less attrition. We do know that we have atypical retirement. So we did see an increase in the individuals that were retirement eligible and did decide to retire. We are on track to be where we typically are this time of year for hiring going into the 21-22 school year.
I think I heard you say that retirements are up slightly.
That is correct. We do know that retirements are up this year.
Let me ask you, Chancellor, at least one of the witnesses, public witnesses, testified about out of school time and difficulty with applications. Is DCPS helping with applications, helping parents with?
We are. So as noted during that discussion, any family that is having challenges with technology can go to the school and submit that application. We are further investigating the mobile compatible platform for that particular application, because I believe there was a question about families being able to complete that via their phone. So that is something that we will follow up on.
Can DCPS do anything about vouchers, parents with vouchers being?
I was somewhat confused by that conversation because there's no limit on vouchers. However, vouchers are unique sometimes to the out of school time providers for Title I schools. So I'm not sure if that's a Title I, non-Title I issue, but we'll certainly follow up to see if we can get further information on the family in that particular situation.
Okay, Mr. Hartnett, did you want to say something on this?
I'm sorry, I actually lost a little bit of connection. Can you ask the question again? I'll be glad to speak to it.
Well, the question had to do with out of school time and whether DCPS was helping. So I was focusing on the chancellor, but also whether families with vouchers were having difficulty getting out of school time, access to out of school time programs.
We do not have any families with vouchers, and so I won't be able to speak to that at all.
Okay.
Just as a note, I am way past due on 97 other things I was supposed to be doing. So I'm going to have to tap out probably at about the 2:15 mark. If there are questions that folks have that are specific to Statesman, I would love to get those sooner rather than later.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move quickly. I don't think I have anything specifically for you left. I'm still concerned that parents are just not going to send their kids back to school. In which case, what do we do? Let me start with Dr. Walker Davis.
Council member, I do share, Chairman, excuse me, I share your concern about just the desire for there to be all hands on deck approach to school is open. We are looking forward to receiving all families. I know that individual LEAs are doing this and are in consistent communication with their school communities. And I'm looking forward to the launch of a citywide campaign, which I believe is coming rather soon, just to double down on those efforts and increase awareness. In terms of what do we do, OSSE sets the attendance guidelines for the district, and there is expectation that LEAs will monitor attendance as they've done in the past and will take the appropriate steps should we see patterns of non-attendance or interrupted attendance. But I am concerned that families understand that this is the expectation for in-person 5 days a week, and schools will be expected to follow those attendance protocols. I think our LEA leaders here could speak more specifically about the strategies that they're using to over-communicate this to families and to support families who may still be struggling with perceptions of safety in school.
Hardnett?
Just one thank you to Walker Davis for what she said. We have just over communicated, and I think that as a small school, we have been able to maintain very close and tight relationships with our parents and communicate with them regularly using whatever forms of communication they actually are most likely to engage. And so because of that, we're pretty sure that one, our parents absolutely know that we are in person and that we are 100% in person starting day one. Most of their children have been involved in some way, shape, or form, 75% of our kids at least, in summer engagements that are designed to support COVID recovery. So we fully expect that there shouldn't be any problem where that is concerned. If they do not come, we will do what we always do, and that is climb through the bathroom window if we need to make sure that parents understand that we want them in school and provide any information that they need in order to feel comfortable with the safety protocols. Folks have been pretty pleased with what we've done so far, and their promises have been that we will be there. And so we're expecting that on the first day of school, somewhere between 95 and 100% of students will be at school.
Ms. Brantley?
So for us, we opened in-person hubs the second week of school for last school year. A few months later, we doubled the number. A month or two after that, we expanded again. And then for summer, we obviously offered parents the option to choose in-person or virtual. The majority of our families chose to come in person. And what we've heard from them, what we've heard from students is that they want to be in school. We heard from teachers that it's just better being back. And so I do think that there are a few families that are still anxious. We've heard people's fears, but the more that people see that kids are back, they will come back. I don't think that we're going to have large numbers of families who don't come back. I think there is going to be a population of students that we will need to work with closely and show them what we're doing, relieve the anxiety, prove that we've made the changes necessary for them to get back. But our experience has been that out of the 1,500 or so that registered for summer school, 85% or so chose to do it in person with us.
Chancellor Fairpee, would you have anything to add? And I have one more question after this, and I'm looking at the clock. So
just quickly to reiterate the point of over communication. We have also proactively reached out to families. We've called our families, even our medical fragile families that we've called, the vast majority expect to be in person. However, we have had proactive meetings with CFSA around the protocols for reporting educational neglect and ensuring that we adhere to the 3, 5, 10-day milestones for reporting absences. And we have a part of our multi-tier system of support. Attendance is a part of our dashboard that schools will monitor regularly.
My last question is what analysis has been or will be conducted to determine the amount of learning loss that students have experienced? Is there going to be testing? How do we know where we are? And I think I want to start with the smaller LEAs, meaning not DCPS. Ms. Brantley?
So yes, so we have diagnostic assessments that we're doing for every student. Well, first let me say, our teachers were with our students all year long and this summer, so they already understand what some of the gaps are. They were planning last week. We've got a coaching institute next week, a standards institute after that, to look at the priority standards as we're going into the school year. But as students come in school in the fall, they'll have diagnostic testing. For students that are far off in gaps, they'll have their learning plans. They'll be retested every few weeks. Other students on a different schedule than that. But there is testing that's happening, both friendship designed assessments and NWEA MAP diagnostics.
Mr. Hartnett?
So similarly, we have used NWEA as a standard for assessing growth since we started. We never shifted from that. We have not missed one administration. And so we have every bit of data and now somewhere near 12 administrations of it for some of our students. So we know exactly who has had learning loss, exactly where that loss is and how it compares to loss across the city, but also across the nation. And so all of our COVID recovery efforts have been aimed at specifically that. I think it's also helped us to shift programming along the way so that we have not had as much loss as we thought we would have.
Chancellor Farabee?
So DCPS has administered assessments throughout the 2021 school year. We also did end of year assessments, which helps us with preliminary planning so we know where students are academically, socially, and emotionally. This also informed our summer programming at the beginning of the school year. Once we've given space for students and staff to foster relationships, we will also administer another round of diagnostic assessments to progress monitor. And we also will have 7-week interval cycles of interventions that inform instruction and also any need for acceleration as well.
Thank you. I'm out of time, so I'm going to turn to Councilmember Lewis-George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to ask, especially before Mr. Hartnett gets off, because he had such good information. I appreciated the thoroughness of your testimony as to what you guys have been doing. I know some of your schools have had summer school thus far, so I just want to get some best practices from you all as well, Ms. Brantley. During the summer, have you all had instances where teachers have gotten tested positive maybe, or students tested positive? And then what have you guys done as far as quarantine? Sort of, what are some best practices so that when we go into the school year, we can put that in like our planning? I just want to learn from you all what best practices have been good for that type of, like, a student travels, comes back, like how have you all dealt with that so we can kind of learn from that as to how we prepare to go into the school year?
I will definitely defer to Pat. We have been ridiculously lucky. We have tested, our teachers, we're now requiring them to test almost every week. We have not had one positive, and I'm just going to leave it at that. We just not had one. So we have not had to engage any of the quarantine protocols that are established with our plan just yet. We don't know how far out that will go. We are certainly worried about what we are seeing across the community. Our parents have not been on board with us with regards to getting the 12-year-olds vaccinated. We're going to lean into that a little bit more. We do have close relationships with them. They trust us. And so we think that when, school starts and we're really pushing this differently, we're going to see some. So I'll let Pat speak to more of what their experience has been.
Thank you.
So asymptomatic testing, I think, is a priority, at least for us in our school community. We have been testing for a long time. We do test weekly students and staff. Students, it's an opt-in. From my perspective, we have had a few positives. Primarily, positives are happening after long breaks when we know people are traveling or they may be gathering. For us, we've been fortunate because when we've had those breaks, we had testing before people came back. So therefore, they didn't enter our school when we've been positive. I would like to let you know of all of our testing when we had positives, people did not have symptoms. And so without the testing, they would have been walking around without those symptoms, possibly infecting others. We don't have any evidence of transmission of a positive person to a positive person within the school, but I think that testing has helped that. And for our best practices, when the children know what they are expected to do, wear masks, wash their hands often, stay a distance away, the compliance has been fairly amazing. In fact, I would say that the children are the mask police for the adults. Like, you must do this. Wait, you told us we had to do this. And so really getting students involved and educated and letting their parents know what they can expect. So when we started back, parents said to us, well, wait a minute, I didn't know this is back early in September. My child has to be masked all day. So it was really important for parents to be able to see. So we've got a few videos now. We have other parents that can tell them, but they have to know what they have to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on, but I think there are lots of lessons learned. Can I please add something that's not about health and safety? Because our students were online and a lot of their work was captured in Google Classroom, what we learned when they came back in the summer, even though they're in person, that kids responding to the prompts on Google Classroom means we now have a portfolio of things that they might have written on paper that can be examined by third grade teachers teaching someplace that's remote or over here. And we now have student work protocols that we can look at and understand. And so, I hope we don't go back to what we were before the pandemic, but we take this opportunity to use the technology and the programs to really advance learning. We also learn from children who tell us, the feedback I get from my teachers is so much better because they're responding to the prompt online. Or if I'm too shy and I don't want to raise my hand in the Google, I could just chat to my teacher the answer. And so we're figuring out how to incorporate that in a classroom.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That was a great answer. And I've learned some things, especially like even utilizing videos for the students. Those type of things are so important, especially since they're learning this and learning best practices. So I appreciate that. Chancellor Farabee, I'm going to come back to you and ask. I know that asymptomatic testing is something that's come up so many times. And, given that, Friendship has made, asymptomatic testing a priority, does that affect your decision-making on that for DCPS? It sounds like that's really helped in terms of making in-person something that students and staff are comfortable with. Does that change your thinking or wanting to prioritize that for us as we go back?
Yeah, it's been a priority, it'll continue to be a priority for us. We tracked all of our data last year from our asymptomatic health protocols, similar to what they saw at Friendship. We didn't see any evidence of transmission at school. We did see some positive cases, primarily in adults and staff, and primarily, as a result of their actions, whether they were at a large gathering, travel, what have you. So I think the importance of ensuring that staff is responsible when they're not in school for, the impacts of COVID, and also ensuring that as many of our staff members are vaccinated is the strongest step we can take forward in terms of a healthy environment for our students and a safe environment for our students. We anticipate having a asymptomatic testing protocol going into this school year. In terms of the details on that, it still will be guided by the guidance from DC Health.
Okay. Is DCPS doing asymptomatic testing this summer?
Yeah, so we have not changed our protocols from this school year. So we are using the same protocols this summer as we did last school year, which we do randomized asymptomatic testing on a weekly basis of all students who've submitted a consent form for testing for asymptomatic.
Okay, and is that for teachers too, or just students?
That is primarily for students. We have been phasing out our testing for adults and have been encouraging our adults to get vaccinated.
Okay. So it sounds like some of the best practices we learned just now is that from large breaks is when we see a gain. So we know that we have in the fall, we have Thanksgiving, we have Christmas. So maybe, we could do, I think we should do asymptomatic testing all the time, but maybe we could prioritize it as a requirement for returning to schools from those large breaks. Since we won't be able to ask students, hey, did you travel for Thanksgiving? Instead of doing that, we could just make it a requirement when we return from those long breaks, like Thanksgiving holiday, Christmas holiday, those type of things. So I'll just say that I hope that could be something that you all would consider making a part of the consideration. And I'll ask DC Health if they would like to make that a part of the consideration as well. I wanted to ask a question. We did hear some questions about sort of teachers who will have to do will have to do some type of virtual, like for students if they're quarantined, but they can still engage in classroom learning. I wasn't clear, and I think you gave some answer on it. Are teachers going to have to do in-person and virtual learning for this school year? And if so, are you considering upping the amount of Octo staff available for each school to be able to meet those type of technological issues that could arise as a result?
So the answer is yes. On the Octo tech support, we are increasing tech support because we're adding additional devices. We're extending our bandwidth. In terms of virtual and in-person learning that is simultaneous, that would be very limited because we have the capability of utilizing the staff that we're hiring specifically for our virtual academy. Are there situations where it would need to occur? Probably likely because of either course requirements or other related services or needs, but it would not be our primary mode of offering instruction.
Okay, so it'll be limited and I guess it'll be by school to make those type of determinations.
Yeah, by student need, and if there is a situation where there needs to be a massive quarantine of students, I could see a world in which we might have some type of a simulcast for a short period of time, but it would definitely not be a part of our day-to-day operation to have large groups of students in simulcast models.
Okay. And Chancellor Kirby, I know we talked about this a little bit, but as far as cohorts go and sort of sizing, and then we talked a little bit about this earlier, and I just want to see if I can get some clarification for students and cafeteria time, and when get some sort of guidance on what that would look like for each school as far as I guess first grade students, cafeteria time, and everyone being together, or whether there'll be cohort breakdowns. When we get some answers on that, I think that's some are waiting to hear about, comfortable sending their students back to school.
It's hard to track. Councilman Lewis George, you were going in and out there for a minute, but the meals, the final guidance will be issued, as I mentioned, early next week. We're collaborating with DC Health on that guidance, but what we anticipate again is that we'll utilize a combination between classroom space, outdoor space, and our cafeterias, and we expect to have cafeteria staff fully for in-person service of meals as we've had in the past.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor Fairby, I wanted to ask whether or not we have any of the schools that are going to be doing like transition type days for new students who are coming in. So for instance, you're going to have some kids who they have not been in school since they were in pre-K. And now, they're in first grade and you're like, wait, I don't get nap time anymore. I got to walk in a line, just sort of reacclimating to the school behavior. Is that going on? Is that happening?
Absolutely. And I'm actually surprised. I think there was a teacher that provided testimony asking that schools have the flexibility to get dollars to do what they think is best for their school communities. And that's exactly what we've done with our ESSER funding. So we've allocated dollars to schools to have summer activities. Now, schools have organized them in different ways. You've heard 2 principals today describe their work. What we see primarily as a tool for this type of outreach is what we call Summer Bridge. So, for example, many schools are offering students to come in a few weeks in advance. We're also offering play dates. This is typically what you would see in the younger grades in our early child education classrooms. So you get opportunity to meet the peers that are going to be in your classroom, get opportunity to meet your teacher. So those are just 2 quick examples, but most schools have already communicated that to families, what the dates are and how they can engage, and we'll be providing more information. And at the high school level, it's important to note that we recognize, and this is true middle school too, that you just can't focus on transition for those students going to 9th grade, but the 9th and 10th graders, because both groups of those students have likely not been in the building. And so that same would be true for our 6th and 7th graders going into middle school. And schools are very strategic around their planning for that and ensuring that those students have a successful transition.
Yeah. It's funny. I was actually just thinking the other day that my daughter has never seen her own childcare teachers without a mask on. Like, so she doesn't even know what they look like from here down, and how that could be a little, it could be a little jarring, but also like it's just sort of an adjustment. In that, I think we talked about this, and I'd love to bring you into the conversation, Ms. Brantley, around how schools are rethinking school discipline now that you have had kids who have basically had a great amount of autonomy for the last year and a half, right? I didn't have to raise my hand to go to the bathroom. I didn't need a bathroom pass. I just got up and I went. I could eat in class, right? Nobody was saying I can't have my snack bar while I'm still in class. How have we sort of adjusted that so it's not like such a, like, I don't want kids to hate in person because they lost freedom. Does that make sense? Like,
If I may, so first of all, in visiting the summer classrooms, kids are coming in feeling reunited with their school community, not feeling like they lost freedoms because they're now sitting here. We only have next week is our last week of summer school. But if you want to come in here with a mask on and you've had a recent test and you're vaccinated, I would love to bring you through. But the point that I'm making to you is that even when they were in Zoom, they were part of a classroom. So they didn't just get up and leave their Zoom. Like they would say, I have to go do this, or they might text the teacher. They're used to those rules. What I'm finding is that it's not the things that people think about typical discipline. How do we accommodate that you had a child that finished all their work by 9:15 and now they want to go do something else? And so it's more of the mindset shift that I have to do math at this time or English at this time or at this time. That's where we're thinking about reforming what our model looks like to allow kids to move where they're competent. That's the freedom. It's academic freedom. It's not those other rules, like when I go to the bathroom or et cetera. That's not what we're finding in school right now. So I know that doesn't fully answer your question, but I think if you could come and see it and talk to some of the students, they can explain to you that it's the freedom to learn the objectives at your own pace that is much more important to them.
Yeah. I'm gonna come back to the fact that you're gonna require me to be vaccinated or have had a recent COVID test to walk into your building. We're gonna talk about that in a minute, but Chancellor Perry, do you wanna sort of comment around?
I agree. I mean, I think
thinking about this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that we've learned from the virtual structure that we intend to take into the in-person environment. And so I think there are ways in which, we check for understanding, how we graded, how assignments were submitted. We are not abandoning Canvas, which was our tool for our course, companions and how we monitor student progress. So from our students, we hear that we don't want to go back to where it was because there are things that work during this time period. in terms of school, I think students are thinking about all the other pieces that go along with going to school, which is why we partner early with WMATA around public transit, like getting to and from school, ensuring that those things are strong so students don't have to worry about that. And then secondly, starting to lay the groundwork for devices. We're going into a space where almost every student will have his or her own device throughout the day. And that will change the learning environment in itself as we integrate technology into learning. I know that that's something that, Pat Brantley and the team have done for some time at Friendship as well. So we're excited about it, but we know also the first few weeks of school, we got to reconnect. There's a old belief that I found to be very true is that, you got to know who you're working with in order to part knowledge, and relationships are going to be key. And so we are strongly encouraging schools to be very strategic about how they build those relationships. And it's okay the first few weeks of school that we may not go deep into academics, but we dedicate the time to really build back those relationships that are going to carry us through all the other needs that students have, whether that be academic, social, emotional.
Right. Chancellor, can I ask you this? And you don't have to give an answer right now, but something I think would be interesting for you to sort of think about is doing just some type of town hall check-in with just students halfway through the first semester. What's working, what's not working, what do we need to improve on? What do we need to change? Like to your point around wanting to change and not just go back to the way we're doing. I feel like talking to kids about how they are now experiencing being back in the classroom can be very fruitful and informative to the work that, your teachers and staff and things like that are doing. So I just want to put that out there as like a thought thing. Okay, Ms. Brantley, let's go back to this. So if I wanted to come to Friendship next week, I would need a what?
You have to wear a mask and you have to complete our screening questions.
Okay. That's it.
That's it. You have to continue to keep the mask on as you are in our school community, and you can't have had any symptoms, but I can send you the screening question in advance.
Okay, so is the screening questions that you have, is that a daily thing for all of the people who enter the building?
It is.
Do they have to send it in?
They can do it in advance on an app if they are staff, or they can fill it out at the front. There is also a temperature check.
Okay. Mr. Chancellor, I wanted to ask you, what is the ask, look screening?
Yeah, thank you. So in this part of the screening protocol, there are several questions that we ask, and then we also do a look. We ask families to do a look for any COVID symptoms. So there's a question around, have you had any, feeling of nausea, or have you had any temperature changes? And then there's the look for these symptoms as well, in addition to some of the questions being asked. So that's the essence of it. So for example, one of the questions has been, have you been around anyone who's tested positive, or have you been outside of the region? Have you been around anyone that has been sick? So those are the types of questions. And then we also look for symptoms. We train our staff on symptoms and what to look for. So, we're not confusing, visible signs that may be associated with let's say a sinus infection or allergies, that we are trying to zero in on those COVID symptoms. And this is a part of the OSCE protocol as well. But I do want to go back to your point about students quickly, is that yes, we will have, I call them empathy interviews with our students. And I meet with my student advisory council on a monthly basis to get their feedback. And they've been phenomenal in giving feedback all throughout last year and this summer, which has informed our plans. But what I'm really, really excited about, just gonna take a moment to recognize, is our student ambassadors. Our student ambassadors that will be leading work around mental health, leading work around dispelling myths and misinformation around vaccines, because there are student leaders out there who understand that there's leadership needed right now among their peers. So I just want to lift that up because oftentimes we forget about the leadership that we have access to in our students.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, can I just ask a follow-up question that I was going to ask before he spoke about the students? Real quick.
Without objection, as we say.
Okay. The information from the Ask Look screening, does that have to be sent anywhere? Or is that is it like an honor code that you ask?
So it does, when it's done at home, we ask that the students stay home, and if it's clear, they go to school. And then once they are in school, those questions are either asked verbally or we're asked to sign a document indicating that they haven't had any of those symptoms or they don't feel ill. So it can either be verbal or written once they're on site.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for all of the time that you've taken for this particular hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, and that's going to conclude this hearing. So we've been almost or over 2 hours with asking questions of you all. I appreciate the time that you've given, particularly the school leaders, because ordinarily you don't come before the council. So you've given a lot of time, and I thank you for that. Again, this has been a hearing on reopening District of Columbia Public Schools and District of Columbia Public Charter Schools for school year 2021-2022. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, August 5th, 2021. Again, thank you to everyone. The time is 2:33 in the afternoon, and this hearing or roundtable is